So his name very literally means the ruler of the world wins.
I wish we had that radical anarchist in here now. I'd love to hear his opinion after hearing what Donald Trump's named.
He'd probably spaz out on everybody. It said, say you voted for this zeitgeist fascist bat.
Look, I'll tell you, I'll just be straight with you. I've been dreaming about the day that someone would get elected and fire 75% of the federal workforce. And dreams do come true. I mean, that's it. I'll retire from here on out. Whatever happens, I'm okay with. That's all I've ever wanted since I started following politics over 20 years ago.
You're right. My first wet dream, Carmen Electra walked in my room and she told me we just fired 80% of the federal workforce. And I just became a man in that moment.
They're not doing nothing. Same thing at Twitter. They were sitting around making lattes and shit all day. They're not doing anything. They're just collecting a check. And again, this administration is not. They're like, dude, you're not about to sit around and just collect a check on our dime.
And you see how the media is doing their hit pieces. Like Huffington Post is literally lying, saying that critical information was released. We understand there's staff members being leaked and the budget, mind you. You can find the budget on FedScope, and you can find the situation of the staff literally on intelligencecareers.gov. So it's not classified. This is literally public information. But they know that people on TikTok don't do none of their research. People are just amped up and amplified and not doing their side research and figuring out, wait a minute. So we already knew what the budget was when it comes to the NRO? Yes, it's public information. So yeah, they're already doing their hit pieces, man. They're trying to get everybody bent out of shape when it comes to Elon, man.
Yeah, so some of this we were talking about earlier, the Doge website, doge.gov, it got hacked earlier. Doge.gov is just a reflection, it's just mirroring what @Doge on X account, Twitter, formerly known as Twitter, what is put out on their Twitter account. It's for the boomers that don't use Twitter, or the leftards on Blue Sky or Threads or any of the other garbage social media apps. It's just it's just a website showing what Doge account on Twitter's tweeting. So there was no personal information that was lost. There was no private information that's been hacked or anything like that. I don't know.
But you got fuckheads that don't like Elon, that claim that they voted for Trump, that, I don't know, somehow, some way now the left-wing media is telling the truth. I don't get how.
Okay, hold on.
Let me finish.
Okay.
Hey, let me finish, David. I brought you up.
You finish.
Go ahead.
Like, I don't get it.
He said a fuckhead. People.
Man, you've been drinking.
All right, go ahead, Sean. Sorry for the interruption.
Like I said, when it comes to everything, you got people that are literally claiming that, the government has been taken over. Elon has this overreaching, superior. This is an advisory group. Like Judge Joe Brown said, this is an advisory board. The situation still has to get through the president and Congress when it comes to the finalization of everything. So I think a lot of people don't know how government works and are letting the media take advantage of, these fuckheads don't know how the government works. Let's just make some sensationalism. Where, yes, 3,000 staff workers on the NRO, $73 billion in budget that they have. This is literally public information. Like, people, I don't know, man. People are starting to get Mutt's derangement syndrome, MDA.
Yeah,
you deported me from the US, but no problem. I have come back to India and now I'm driving a truck, but I will come back to the US. I will come back one day and I will come back with my truck.
This is a troll. I like it though. Keep it going. I want to. Come on, Miyagi. That's a funny
Next
troll. I
time
want
I come to the US, I will come back with my truck. So now you will have an engine and an Indian truck.
Fascinating.
But by many men have been lost weakness to war history.
Yeah, you're right, Sean. It's literally what we're dealing with is people don't really understand government. They weren't freaking out. John Kerry was the special envoy for global warming and putting together, these climate change initiatives and all this garbage that they've been doing, just laundering tax dollars is ultimately what this is, in advancing the leftist agenda, which is power and control.
So that there is no error in
And we don't want to know how you looked in 2007. Can you put up a recent picture?
Miyagi, you can't interrupt us. You're welcome
I'm
to
just asking Anne that we don't want to see how she looked in 2007. We don't want to know how she looked in 2007.
Okay. It was funny
This
until
is
it
just
wasn't.
a Zen game, Heron. I mean, you know what Alan Watts
that's
says when he
what
goes to the
I'm saying,
Zen
situation.
priest?
It's
And
like,
he
can we
says, tell me about
focus
the
on the
meaning of
scenario
life.
of where the
And
money was being
he
spent?
says it's a trick.
Like,
He
you can
says,
have
no,
an
that's
issue
not
where
right.
you
It's come on, go.
How are you not
Like,
mad at the same
it's
time?
just to be
where the money was being
spontaneous. That's the only
allocated,
reason I'm here.
spent?
To be fun,
And remember, the
to
military has a black
have some
budget,
fun
so
with it.
there's situations that we may never get uncovered when it comes to how much real spending that's literally went on. Because all the military people know about the Black Book. They talk about it all the time.
Send me a link of somebody who has been photographed as being a hermaphrodite. Like proof that a man has a human.
So you don't think that there's such things as hermaphrodites?
I'd like to see it. Show me the photo. I want to see a photo of a hermaphrodite.
Y'all been having too many trolls up here, man. It's, it's like we talk about Trump. Trolls come.
Yeah, no, they like to get their opportunity. The left really doesn't have any ground right now. They're spinning their wheels. They're trying to find something that gives them some traction. But they're leaderless. They're rudderless. They have no direction. And they really don't know. They got caught flat-footed. They really don't know how to defend against this. So they're just throwing shit on the wall. And now that we have found out that the leftist media is literally state-run media through taxpayer dollars going to Politico and New York Times, it's all a fraud. It's all a fraud for their own, they're stealing our tax dollars to fund their agenda of power and dominion over us. That's what it is. They want dominion over us, the plebes.
Because I'm gonna say this, after this election, I might not vote for anybody. Because I don't trust no liberals, and I don't know who is gonna be the next Bush-controlled dynasty Republican that will come out. Because I feel that the establishment is placing their people where either scenario. Because I don't know about Greg Abbott, respectfully, because he's counsel foreign relations. I don't know too much about J.D. Vance. I don't know the situation of Ron DeSantis. That's the Gitmo president. Who can be more establishment than him? So, yeah.
If you're wondering if it's TLC, I love this fabric.
It's a fair point. I understand your logic and where you're coming from.
Are you tired of your hair breaking
pretty big shoes to fill. Trump has not only defeated the Republican establishment, he's defeated these major dynasties in politics and the Democrat Party. And this is completely changing the entire political dynamic in our country. And I don't think we should just so quickly believe things will be the same 4 years from now in how we think of politics over the last 20 years, because there's going to be new power players that have to come up. The Democrat Party, they don't have a strong bench. So that party's going to have to change over. If anything, Father Time's going to get them. The Nancy Pelosi's. I mean, they're all on the way outs. They're on the outs of this.
Because Hillary done ate up the entire bench, you know. She the head bitch in charge, where she clean house and say, nobody, better not, right?
That's right. That's going to
Better not, right? Fuck around, you be suicide.
So I've seen this before, and, you know, every decade brings along different, you know, power players, except there have been some, like the Pelosi's and the McConnells, that have been in power for decades, but they're coming to the end. So I'm thinking, like, American politics in another 4 years, 6 years, it's really kind of hard to project because it's new blood in the new world. And Trump will completely change the entire chessboard by the end of his term. So we'll see. But it's big-ass shoes to fill. I can understand. You know, if Trump sets the bar as high as he is, if this continues with this pace and what he's doing, it'll be hard to ever you know, fill what this man's accomplished.
Because, you know, I like Greg Abbott when it comes to situation of border security, cool. But he's council formulations, you know. Him and also Stacey Abrams are both council formulations. So it's like, I don't trust you, I don't trust her. You know, it's sort of like, you know, strange bedfellows. Politics bring very strange bedfellows where you start realizing that, wait a minute, you're connected with him, connected with him, and, you know, Mitch McConnell smuggling cocaine and shit with J.P. Morgan. And you start realizing, whoa. You know.
I do. Every name you named is someone that I would not vote for, between the DeSantis's and the Abbotts and stuff like that. Because for the Republican Party to be as strong as it is, it's been changing over the last 15 years. Trump is just, you know, he's just another main character in this story over the last 15 years of the changing of the Republican Party. We need to continue to change it over. We need new blood. I think people that will be names that you see in the next election cycle will be people like Josh Hawley. You know, yeah, I could see people like Akash Patel. You know, I think you're going to see new names come up, not necessarily some of the older names. And I don't think DeSantis ever has a chance. The man doesn't have a personality.
Because DeSantis already showed his hand. He fucked up by playing the sideline, where Abbott has a better chance than DeSantis, because Abbott is smart by just saying, we're going to work with the president. We know the president want to go in, let him go in. DeSantis made his move. He got that money from Citadel CEO, not Steve Schwartzman. Ken Griffin. He got that Citadel hedge fund money, and he thought
Citadel!
and he failed. So, you know, Jeb Bush will always try to pop his head in the Mitt Romneys of the world, which that's the old guard of, I guess you would say, the 2000s Republicans. But this situation right here, where more and more people are going to want some form of populism, situations of, I guess you would say, non-establishment candidates, where if the media likes you, a lot of people won't trust it, in my opinion. Where if the media all of a sudden likes you, where no hit pieces, you just squeaky clean. Yeah, that's where the Taylor Swift effect, where we keep seeing you, becomes new.
That's a really, really good point. I hadn't thought about that. That in the future, there will be a large block of voters that are skeptical towards any politician that has the support of legacy media outlets. Great point, Sean. Hadn't thought of that.
Yeah, because me and my pops both long time Democrats. And he was done. When Biden opened up the borders, he went from a life, mind you, he voted for George McGovern in 72 over Nixon. So if the Democrats that royally fucked up, where you had a lifetime Democrat, literally said, man, I've been voting for y'all for the past 52 years, I'm not going to do this shit no more. I'm done. Then you have a scenario where you got a real serious problem. where you're going further and further left, and people that may not like Trump, where they just have a situation where they see Trump and they just go irrational, but they turn to the other side and they say, wait, man, I don't fuck with you either. Where, you got the person that either goes independent, well, not independent, libertarian, Green Party, don't vote, or, move out the country. I don't know. You got a segment where necessarily neither one can be able to win it. Because, mind you, Trump is a hate it or love it kind of person where you're either going to like the man or you're just going to despise the man at this point, where most people got their mind made up when it comes to Donald Trump and the scenarios of the faction of, I guess you would say, the MAGA party. But you have that old guard, man, where the old guard say, nah, we gotta put our boy in, where we gotta rig it up, we gotta figure out what's the infrastructure to be able to get our people in play. Like, George W. Bush had Jeb Bush, so that was his infrastructure. So,
my guess is there's going to be just a radical amount of new blood that comes in to politics for this next decade, next 15 years. While Silicon Valley, in the terms of the bankers and the oil companies, Silicon Valley would be considered new money for the billionaire club. And you're really going to see Silicon Valley now, rather than being the Democrat Party tried to control them. And I think you'll see them, like Elon's already looking at buying a location to turn into a private club in Washington, D.C. And for his agenda of expanding humanity to, be planetary, he's going to end up trying to use this country as the launching pad for it. I mean, he's got so much investment in it already. So it would set him back so far to go someplace else. So you're going to see Elon Musk and some of these other billionaires that are the new money billionaires, the tech billionaires. They're going to start driving the direction of this country rather than so much the bankers and the oil companies, especially if they, crypto takes off and offers an alternative to the banking system. So you'll see. I mean, I don't think we can project it, really play it out that far, because Trump was such this historical figure that all the politics before Trump is the old politics. And now post-Trump is going to be a whole new political landscape that we just don't know yet.
Because the old Republican guard, like Reaganism, would not work in the new frontier in politics. Would not work. Nah.
But that was over 30. That's 35 years ago, though. So the people that are voting now and in power, you have to think 18-year-olds at 90 in 1990. They're nearly 60 years old. So people that came of most, like we're getting to a point, majority of the voting population, we weren't, voting. They weren't voting when Reagan was in power. So the old guard is already gone. And Trump's done. And it's just in the McConnells, he's kind of the last grasp of that old corporate Republican Party. So we'll see. I mean, they'll crop their heads back up, though.
Yes.
Yeah, no, it's not over. It'll be a never-ending situation. But I don't believe that. Don't put it past the left now. They are some, excellent liars. I got to give it to them. One thing they are very good at.
Oh yeah, they're spin kings.
They will say it again.
They're the spin kings. Yep, they know how to spin something. Get people all hyperventilating, saying, "See, did you look at this? Did you look at this? Did you look at this?" It's like you research around it. It's like, come on, like, where is the substantial evidence? Where's the situation where the whistleblower that came out and said, "Yes, this did happen"? It's always a scenario where they got sources from anonymous sources. Then when we find out information on them, where a whistleblower did, Boeing, it's a big conspiracy theory.
All right, we'll switch gears here, James. I mean, the room's dying down. It's gotten slower, and it's just me and Sean talking politics. So go ahead, speak your thoughts. I want to hear this. What you got on gravity?
It's just pretty cool that I got Dr. Michio Kaku to endorse my paper and publish it on the Cornell website, the Cornell University website. We do think that we conceptualized and created a new formula that defines what gravity is. It's groundbreaking stuff, Nobel Prize winning stuff that I've accomplished here. I can't wait to see where.
That's awesome, man. Congratulations.
And I wouldn't publish the formula and put it in the chat if we didn't already put it on the website. It's already published. It's already put up there, copyrighted, time-stamped. So I can put it in the chat here and share it to you guys now because it's not like I won't get credit at this point. I have been time-stamped.
Yeah, can you tell it to me like I'm a 5-year-old though? What, just in a simple, what is gravity?
Okay, so the fabric of reality itself is actually growing and moving, right? So it's like with those old Hollywood movies, where they pretend to be running and the background of the movie is moving on rollers and it makes it look like they're running, but they're standing in the same spot. So matter works like that, and the background of reality works like that Hollywood roll, that tape as it moves. So matter isn't actually moving. Gravity isn't actually happening. Reality itself is moving away and around the matter, which gives the appearance that gravity is matter coalescing together, when in fact it is reality moving. And we run it through simulations. We do see that it works 100%. Singularities of general relativity, which has always been a paradox, seems to be eliminated. There is no singularity in this formula. It is a new concept. It's amazing.
You said 100%. Like, why 100%? There's no guarantee for 100%. So, I'm trying to figure out.
I'm confused what you're saying.
You said it was 100%. Come on, if you're gonna say 100%, define 100%.
100% of what? What did I say that at? If I said it in a different way. I was saying 100% did it.
David, are you high right now, bro?
Some good shit you chiefing on.
If you don't believe me, take my formula, give it to ChatGPT, tell it to run a simulation, and it will also confirm it. We have ran it through all the language models. We ran it through all the simulations that we can at the Cornell University. From what we can see, this formula functions and works. It is groundbreaking stuff.
Can this help me on my stock?
Okay, so you can't do it. That's fine.
Can this help me on my stock options? Can this help me on real estate when it comes to gravity?
It won't help you at all. It'll help me win a Nobel Prize and possibly $1 million prize money. But other than that, it may change the face of physics itself, so that'll be pretty cool.
I'm glad you paired it with us, James. Congratulations.
Albert Einstein may no longer be held up in regard. He may be seen as wrong if this comes through. So if this does work, again, I'm excited. Theories don't always work out. Formulas sometimes.
You gotta remember.
You're killing me, Schneider.
Yeah, but with all due respect to
David, hold on, David, hold on.
So go ahead.
James, you gotta remember us, bro. When you're like the next Einstein, and we're all talking about James Snyder and how he proved gravity. You got to come back and say MAGA for us one time, bro. Just
I will, because I will be the president of the United States. I plan to do greatness with this fucking brain that I've been given. It's going to be amazing.
Oh, that's fantastic, man. I'm rooting for you. Look, new blood. Here we go. What I was saying, Sean. Don't put it past the people that want to save this country to have like a James Snyder rise up. And it's not going to be this old guard. Politics is what we've known it. Is just we're changing eras. Like we're going from one era of politics to this new era after Trump has defeated all of the political enemies in this era. You got to give it to the man.
Because he has to deal with the Bushes, the Cheneys, the Reaganites, the government bureaucracy people,
There's nothing wrong with the bushes, but
government bureaucracies, the situations of the government staff. Because we got a lot of
government is
government staff.
complicated. The government is
Damn,
complicated.
nigga. Damn.
Yeah, I know. He would be cool if, like, we'd let him be drunk and high, but he's got to let people finish talking.
Yeah,
Sean,
it
go
must be that brown liquor, man. It must be that Jack Daniels. But like I said, we got a lot of bureaucracy people on this app, man. You know, white, black, Asian, they all sound the same. Where it sounds like NPR, where everything is demolition controlled, media controlled. No matter if it was watching CNN, Fox, MSNBC, or MSDNC, it's like, damn, man. You know, we don't have anybody that is in the bureaucracy that pushes back, or do they weed them out? Because, you know, we do need certain departments, but it's a situation where do we have anybody that's looking out for the little man in these departments? Because it seemed like it was tipping off a lot of the ICE raids here in Los Angeles, where Holman had to get on that ass and say, man, you was interfering with police work, where you're tipping off cities and mayors about situation of ICE raids. Like, you're aiding and literally assisting criminals that came across the border. Like, my city in Los Angeles has been dismantled and destroyed by illegal immigration, unchained illegal immigration. We had literally bust a Chinese dude that was literally trying to move guns from Ontario, California to North Korea. See, that does get brought up every 5 seconds. But I noticed a scenario where I'm looking at, we have a lot of splitters. And I hate to make it racial, but Joe, you got a lot of white people that love China. We got a lot of white people that love them some China, man. They look at Shen Yun, they go and do this and do that. They say, oh, the Chinese American got the blueprint of the white man, Rube. You know, they call y'all Rubes. I noticed they call y'all Rube hillbillies. And it's like, damn, where they're so globalist to a point where they're going to literally sabotage the United States from within. We got a lot of communist talk, where even my pop says a lot of this shit is communist talk. A lot of this shit is communist talk.
Yep. No, I don't disagree. That we definitely have a lot of white folk that are wanting to control. Yeah, they want to control us. So ultimately they want to have dominion over us, and they want to wash out our voting power and replace us. I mean, we weren't wrong about. They literally said before Biden got elected, he literally said that he was willing. You know, this is a strategy to replace white folk. So that was the whole point of what the left was trying to do. You know,
the thing is, they're trying to replace overall Americans, where, if anything, illegal immigration was going to wipe out the black community before anything. We are 50 million the population. White people are 197 million. Black people get wiped out first. Mind you, black people are siding with the communists, thinking that this is a gotcha moment where we got back at the white man. No. This situation will wipe out the black community within 5 to 10 years and wipe out the original, I guess we'd say the Aryan white man, within 20 to 30 years. Simple as that.
Yeah, no, you're right. Ultimately, when it was put into effect, though, after they let in all these illegals, where did it affect, the areas the worst? It was actually where Americans that live in some of the larger cities populated that this illegal immigration has affected. That's why when I would hear people come on this app, one being Marshall Rankin, one of my nemesis on this app, I'm putting that out there. Okay, let everyone know that. He would say, what are we going to do if we don't have our illegal immigrants here to pick schnozberries? Because the cost of schnozberries is going to go up. And, he's one of those same ones that would just want to invite in illegals, even though the ones that do our farming only make up 1% of the amount of illegals in this country. Where the illegals ended up being put was in major major cities and affected all Americans. You're right, Sean. All Americans.
Because, like I said, 18 million illegals, them having 3 to 5 children, that's a situation where 56 to 72 million. That means that waters down any kind of situations of the black community first. And mind you, 197 million white people. Within 30 years, that situation is going to be over 200 million. 200 million, and mind you, this situation is where essentially the white man and the black man is scenarily tethered together. At this point, they are tethered together. They're tethered together. They're tethered together. And this is a scenario where if we had a situation where we have an understanding, Joe, you can have your area, I have my area, you have your guns, I have my guns, you raise your family, I raise my family. But to allow an invasion to come into my neighborhood, your neighborhood, would be insane. It'd be morbidly insane.
Yeah, that's how America was actually meant to be. Is liberty isn't just this unfettered freedom like the libertarians try to convince everyone. Liberty is the right to govern ourselves and in our own locations. We can be king of our private property. And Sean, you can raise your family and have your pursuit of happiness, which it's your what you've scored over your years, whatever fancies you in the sense of the type of life you want to live and the type of legacy you want to leave. So that's how it's meant to be.
Because it's a situation where I believe if anything, to keep it situation where we're not as divided, we need to keep certain elements together. A man is a man, a woman is a woman. Our Second Amendment, a situation where we can have domestic manufacturing and warehousing, because NAFTA killed off a lot of jobs where the white man was affected, the black man was affected, because warehousing was in inner cities, rural communities, and it was given away to China, given away to Mexico, Canada, all across the planet. Literally globalism, ushering out jobs and bringing an unchained legal immigration inside of these communities, where you got areas where Indiana, the Hoosier land, having a new influx of new demographics that a lot of people.
We might have lost you there, but I got a question for you, Sean, if you're still. His phone must have died.
Globalism doesn't help us at all unless we are a multinational corporation. Simple as that. And most of us, we're just hardworking blue-collar people.
Let me ask you a question, Sean. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, you had mentioned you and your dad being a lifelong Democrat and stuff like that. You mentioned when he kind of drew the line was the illegal immigration under Biden. And I can understand. When did you draw the line? When it?
After I voted for Obama in the 2012 area, then I started realizing that only thing this situation was creating was helplessness, where we can't hold them accountable. It's a situation where I just felt that no, because in 2016 I voted for Gary Johnson, so I'm not even gonna hold you. So I voted for Gary Johnson. I look at certain.
You were seeking different options. But that message wasn't resonant. Turned out to be kind of. You could tell it was kind of a lie or an agenda, right, from the Democrats.
Yes. Because I started seeing how everything is spinned around. Where you start figuring out that, wait a minute, this didn't happen like that. They said it did. Where you realize that, damn, Flint, Michigan is still dilapidated. Then I started looking at all these blue cities. It's like, damn, all these blue cities can never get their fucking head out their ass. No matter if it was LA, New York, Atlanta, Chicago, Los Angeles, San Francisco, especially San Francisco. then once I realized that the biggest bigot that I was going to come across was a gay liberal white man that think that he knows what black people are supposed to be thinking about, then that's when I stopped taking liberals serious and stopped giving them the benefit of it. So yeah,
That's a good point. Giving the liberal or the Democrat the benefit of the doubt. That probably is one of the largest things that has kept people voting Democrat, is just giving them the benefit of the doubt, right?
yeah, man, and they they usher out jobs, and they say that either you're lazy or you need to get a new skill, but you ushered out the jobs. You ushered out the manufacturing, the logistics, the warehousing, or underinvested in the tech sector where you say, well, you're just a rube, or I'm just a slow ass black boy. I would never get it. The rube redneck, he don't get it. Billy Bob Thornton, he don't get it. Uncle Jimbo, he don't get it. And just invest all their talent in international H-1B1 visas. And that's when I realized that, okay, I'm a lot populist. Where I can't talk to certain friends where they say, oh, you sound like a nationalist. Well, we're here in America, right? So in a way, we are populist. I like to use the term populist. So yeah, we are populist because we want things domestic. We want our jobs to be domestic. We want a situation where we have national security. We want to have a scenario where we can actually have things built and made here in America. And that's when I start talking to these white yuppies in San Francisco, and I start realizing that, man, y'all some commie pinko bastards at this point. And that's when I start separating myself. That's why I really start separating myself, because these people, they take out the opportunity to say that you're not smart enough, catch on, or to keep up. Well, you took the opportunities out, man. That's when I stopped trusting a lot of these commies. I started realizing that certain conservatives I have an alignment with when it comes to at least economic policy.
Yeah, you're spot on. What got me thinking, it was like, wasn't it interesting how Trump was able to position himself on some of the most easiest concepts for people to resonate with, being patriotic or being concerned about your nation or your nation's borders, defending, women being allowed to have their own space for using the bathroom in sports and things like that. And I think it was almost gifted to him by a party that they just lost complete touch with the common person. Feta, I saw were you raising your hand? Did you want to get in? Come on.
I just wanted to say hi first, and let me know if I can divert the topic a little bit and talk about external politics.
No, we just want to talk about American politics, bro. Or Americans.
Yeah, that's American politics.
Yeah, America first.
Domestic bait. Domestic bait.
You got something about America being first in the world? You got a problem with that?
No, I don't have a problem with that, but it's the effect of America first on countries like my country, in the Middle East, for example.
Yeah. We might be on the same page here, where we don't want America fucking with the Middle East anymore. Is that cool? You like that?
Yeah, the best example I'd give is, right, you said that America first would hurt the Middle East. If there's a Middle Eastern company that, say, wants to make shoes, who are they going to sell those shoes to be the successful shoe company they want to be? That is Americans. That is what America first means, that you put our customers first because they are the ones that will benefit your company. So America first is not beneficial to just America. It is beneficial to the entire globe.
We'd like to stay out of your politics over there, though. I mean, that's what Americans want, that support Donald Trump, is we want to stop fucking with the Middle East and playing games over there.
Yeah, the world
You on board?
policeman thing is played out.
We're on the same page.
The
Yeah.
world policeman starting to be played out.
Yeah, at least you need to know what Trump supporters are wanting Trump to do, and we're going to hold him accountable. Is that we want America to get out of the politics of the Middle East. We don't want to be in any wars over there with y'all. We want y'all to live on your own and live your own life and handle your own business. We want to keep all the garbage that's been coming from America with all this DEI shit. We want to keep that out of your countries too. Yeah, that's a bunch of bullshit. We know the CIA is a bunch of bullshit. We know that our tax dollars has been getting spent to overthrow y'all's countries and y'all's leaderships. And the people that support Donald Trump want that to stop. That's why we elected Donald Trump.
And the situation at hand is the more domestic that America is, the less and less that you start seeing the puppeteering hands of the global world policeman. You know, that's where Poppy Bush in '89, when he went on stage of his, American address, stating that we are the world's policemen. Well, that time is over. That time is over. Where if it ain't the Middle East, it's the continent of Africa. America needs to say it in America. These countries, these continents, these areas need to focus on developing their own. The hidden hand of the globalism of the Clinton foundations needs to be gone. And scenarios of actually you cultivating your own economies based off of the natural resource that you have. But you notice that a lot of these globalists, Federal, they have a scenario where they want to be in your business, create coups, situation of fear mongering, twisting up media spins, and getting involved in your business. Then that's when they say, "Oh, America, you're always in our business. You're always in." The globalist is always in your business. The nationalists, the domestic-based policies, the populists here in America, they don't want no business involved. Their business is here in America. And you could call it, because, the globalists like to call it isolationism, where you're just isolating yourself. This isolationist, protectionist policies. Like watching Bloomberg every single day. They're talking about protectionism. But with Biden, and when it comes to any Democratic or Republican globalists, it's a situation of multilateralism, where you got to move laterally in coalitions with global groups and form coalitions and have situations of, global theater. And, that doesn't help anybody but the multinational corporation.
You like that setup? You can jam with Donald Trump. You like that?
It also undermines our independence, which we fought for in 1776. We fought to separate ourselves from the powers of Europe, for us to be subservient to the powers of Europe, and now take care of their failed empires and the former colonies that they once held. It's a pathetic thing that we have devolved ourselves into. We should restore the republic and re-find our independence once again.
See, I couldn't agree more with you guys. In the Middle East, we like Trump a little bit more than Obama, because I remember Obama, for some reason, I don't understand, he was trying to shove up Islamists everywhere. We had a revolution, and...
Well, we are also not fans of Islamists, but hey, just keep your shit over there and we don't really care.
Yeah, exactly. And we had a revolution in Egypt, and then for some reason Islamists came, and then we removed them. The minute we removed them, and this was to our surprise, we got sanctioned by Obama, and he stopped sending our army weapons and stuff to fight Islamists. We had ISIS. We were not fighting like cute Islamists. It was pure ISIS. And they were sanctioning us for
What are you talking
ISIS,
about? Like, Obama, excuse me, Donald Trump actually put in a ban into place that I personally think that, Donald Trump should be expanding, through his administration now, in that said ban of certain people from certain countries that, again, were celebrating through streets of, planes flying into buildings. So, again, at the end of the day, okay, I think that there needs to be a certain trajectory of keeping certain people off our U.S. soil. And that also includes Somalians and Sudanese.
Okay.
I'm talking about post 2014. We removed the Islamists from Egypt, and the minute we removed the Islamists, we got sanctioned, and we were not receiving spare parts for Apache.
Okay, Fedo, you're not.
Stop. Go ahead, Fedo.
Yeah, so what I'm telling you, we hate Islamists as much as you do. Islamists killed more of us more than they've killed of any other one. And this is the thing, that we hate them, we're trying to fight them, but for some reason Obama was supporting a vision that we would hand over the entire area to a Muslim Brotherhood or like a pro-Turkey regime that would just rule over the place. So we're in the same side. We want Middle Eastern to remain in the Middle East. The only thing I'm asking you is to hear our voice. I understand that you guys don't want illegal immigrants, everything, but what's happening right now specifically with Egypt is the exact thing. So Trump goes now and then he says Egypt should take, I don't know, like 1 million people from Gaza. And this is something that can destroy us. If US is not able, like, look, they don't like to have immigrants. It's the same for us. We don't want to have 1 million people that we don't know. Half of them are terrorists. Half of them are trained and armed to the teeth. And then they enter our country, which is so poor. Just for you to put things into perspective, the average salary in Egypt is around $120 per month. All right? So it's a very poor country. And to dump like 1 million foreigner there, while we have completely open border with Sudan and Libya. So this is what I'm telling you. We're supporting you guys. I get your vision, but hear our voice. This thing about forcing countries to take refugees is not going to work.
Yeah, no. So let me hold on, and I'll go to you, Jamal. So let me offer some history here about, because maybe some people aren't aware. Yes, during the Muslim Spring, which was funded, and now we're finding out was funded and completely orchestrated by America, and America overthrew Mubarak in Egypt, and it was to offer the power to the Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt. Am I wrong, Fedo? That's what you're talking about.
Yes, correct. Go ahead, yes.
Yeah, so this did happen, and with Trump coming in, what Fedo is saying is now they don't want to take in the Well, we don't want to take the Palestinians in either, bro. So, because they were talking about trying to send those people over here to us, and we're like, oh hell no, we don't want that shit here either. So I get you. We're on the same page.
Let Brother Jamal speak.
Yeah, let's let Jamal jump in here.
Can we let our Brother Jamal speak?
Yeah.
And thanks, guys. I appreciate it. So, the concept of what Trump is really talking about, I don't think it really has much to do with Muslim or any of that. It doesn't. What he's doing is he's saying we watch the land strip, and it's a small land strip. It's probably it's not even the size of the island of New York. I don't think it's even that big. Is it big as Manhattan? I don't think it's even as big as Manhattan. Or if it is, it's not that much bigger than the island itself of New York. So it's a strip of land that people are fighting over and have been fighting over for decades. And so what Trump is approaching it is he's approaching it outside the box and saying, look, this doesn't make any sense to keep returning this land back to the Palestinians, and the Palestinians are butt-ass naked and broke. They can't do anything with the property, and it takes money to develop the shit. So what he's saying is America's going to go over there and we'll acquire it. Well, who are you going to acquire it from? Well, there's nobody to directly buy the shit from. But since we're going to invest the money and develop this shit, which I don't know if this is the right way to do it or the wrong way to do it, but his mindset is we're going to put some money into this shit. We'll build it up, put some factories, some hotels, some work, develop homes and housing, and make it a place that's habitable. Right now, it's not habitable. And we gave you back the land. It's just rubble. It's all torn the fuck up, and somebody's got to come in with some money. So this is the way he's looking at it, just a common sense way of looking at shit. And that's all it is, you know, and that can be twisted many ways. That can be twisted into imperialism or any words you want to put on it, us taking the property, but somebody's got to develop the shit to make it where it's habitable. And so then what he's saying is, he's saying, while we're building this shit, which is going to take about 15 years to get this shit up and beautiful and running again, where you can come back to it.
Hey, Jamal.
They got to live somewhere. And this is just common sense shit. That's all it is. All in right there.
Hold on.
There's a little bit more than just that common sense. And I've been saying this in rooms, you guys need to read between some simple lines. We don't have a naval base in the Eastern Mediterranean, and we also have a reliance on Qatar and Turkey for our military bases in the Middle East. And this administration is not happy with Qatar, and definitely not happy with Turkey. So if you look at it from a military strategic standpoint for the United States, it makes all the sense in the world to have a naval presence as well as a military presence in the region in the Eastern Mediterranean.
Absolutely, an extension of our country, just like the Philippines or Puerto Rico. It's a U.S. territory, basically, is what we would be acquiring it to be, as a U.S. territory. And so we would have a presence there in the Middle East. And so all of it makes good common sense. But, you know, the reality of it is people are not going to look at it, but it's not a lot of people who have common sense. Because common sense will tell you this will fix it. And then once we're over there, now we can have a play in the way things are run and the way people are run. Now the Palestinians, they, from another perspective, say, well, this is our land and you're developing our land. And okay, well, I mean, you don't have any money. So now, as far as the investment, there should be some reparation or investment based on the fact that it was your land that we're developing to begin with. So there should be something that's given.
This is very weird, Joe. Like, hold on one second. This is very weird. Right, and this, I just want to point out the point that I was trying to make earlier as far as a deployment of Black America inserting themselves into this issue. Like, it's very fucking weird.
Yeah, it is.
Like, it's very weird.
Okay.
What's weird about it? It's just common sense.
Jamal, hold on. So, okay, let's not lose track of what the question was. You know, I think Abby has a really clever point, and Jamal, you know, but the question is, what do you do with the Palestinians right now? Like, no one wants to take them in. Feddo's from Egypt. He said, hold on, I'm reframing where we're at in the conversation. Feddo's from Egypt. He's like, we don't want the Palestinians. Look, they were trying to put that stuff on us when the war started up, that they wanted America to take the Palestinians in. We don't want those people over here neither. So what do you do with the Palestinians? That's the question. Where do you put?
I mean, the bigger question is, does go ahead, Jeff.
Be very clear. There's a difference between the people that live in Judea and Samaria, or what some call the West Bank, and the people that live in Gaza. They're different. Their cultures are different. And the Gazans have had wars before with the Egyptians, and the Egyptians have had issues with it. So you can see the pushback on why that border was sealed off from Egypt. But when you talk about them, they're Gazans.
But Abby, one of the things that really pisses me off about this whole entire conversation is, again, why is it that certain said voices continue to insert themselves into this conversation? does Black America have an anti-Semitism problem? Like, does Black America have an anti-Semitism problem where they can't help but get their itch off of inserting their fucking opinions into this conversation for their own grievances against some shit that they've been brainwashed to believe in fucking America? Because quite frankly, it's crazy to me to hear so many fucking voices that are not actually invested in this towards actual American interests.
I think we do.
When you're looking at business, when you're looking at business, I'm gonna just say this: we're looking at, you got to look at things from a square business perspective, and this is the way that he's approaching this. It's just common sense business. I mean, something has to happen. As far as the 2 million people are concerned, they can be absorbed anywhere. They can be absorbed into the United States. We have the room for them if we had to bring them here. But the reality, but here's the thing, here's the reality of it. The reality is, here in this country, it's racist. And so, do they really want to be here? We know that they're racist here in this country. We're dealing with racist white people all over the United States right now. So maybe that's not the best place for them. To be absorbed into a region around them and countries around them, that probably is a better move. And the reality of it is, to do the construction work, they're going to have to be absorbed somewhere, and I'm sure it's going to be within those 3 or 4 states around them. And that's what it is. Because we're dealing with white racists right here in America. And I'll land right here.
This is from an African-American Black queen.
Hold on. Look, Fedo, though, he's from Egypt, and he says we don't want the Palestinians either. Okay, so what do we do with them?
Bro,
where do we put them?
We put them in an oven.
Damn straight.
No,
Can I add something, guys?
Get Jordan to do it or something?
Put them in the oven. That was real.
Okay.
Can we get Jordan to do this?
Hey, put them in the oven, bro. Just like they did for the Native Americans.
Who's saying that needs to like?
Yeah. He can get the fuck out.
Disgusting. That
He can literally get the fuck out.
All right,
Blocked.
Okay, I have honest.
Piece of shit. You're literally a piece of shit.
All right, go ahead. Let Queen speak. New voices. Come on. Go ahead, Queen.
Hello. So I've been listening. It's very entertaining, and honestly, I just wanted to say this. I feel as if even on both sides, when it comes to what we're gonna do with them, or where America's responsibility stands, obviously at the end of the day, it's all full of shit and it's all alliance. What we're gonna do with them, I feel like we've already been doing what's been happening. We're not focusing on these are the immigration threats like the Mexicans or whatever. They're already over here. They already have a lot of support, because if it was that tiny, regardless, just like Hawaii or Puerto Rico or New Orleans or anything, the new LA, the LA fires, wherever you're trying to repopulate it, a lot of people are going to say, this land is my land. That continuous battle going to go back and forth. But they already have a land, regardless of who own it. It depends on how much support they have. And they definitely have a lot of people who's going to do more than a GoFundMe. I just think it's all of alliance.
Thank you, Queen. Appreciate it. I know, Peter, you've been trying to get in. Can you go ahead? Go ahead, Peter. At least you said you wanted to. I don't know if you want to do it now, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't really have much to add anymore, but I've been just listening, and it's been pretty good hearing everyone's opinions on this.
So why don't you historically somebody pull this up and talk about displaced people over history, cultures or countries, or this is not a country, this is, and in terms of the depth or the history of these people under that type, so far goes back to Arafat. But the question is, where did the people people who lived in Dresden go after the war. And, you know, there have been areas that have been destroyed by war, and where do those people go till their area gets rebuilt? And where did the people from Hiroshima go? It's not the first time there's a displaced community from war that the world has to deal with.
Well, I'll just say what my opinion is on the matter. I don't mind where they go, except coming here to America. I want a moratorium on immigration. I think we need to stop it at least for 5 to 10 years and encourage domestic growth or domestic population growth. I'm quite happy with all y'all as my neighbors here in this country. I don't have any, negative thoughts about any of y'all here that are talking with me. That, Ann's, the Matts, Adams, Jamal's, Sean's, Abby's. Really happy y'all are my neighbors. I just don't want them to be my neighbor. That's all right, right?
I want to say
moratorium on legal immigration too. I like all of us. We don't need to have people from the rest of the world. That's just how I feel. Nothing about that. Because I feel like it's going to help our ability to gain wealth better if we don't have more people here. That's ultimately what it is. I think it'll all make us richer.
I mean, are you saying that we couldn't have people, even if they're like Europeans or Italians?
Correct. Yeah, I don't want Europeans to come here neither. Hell no.
Good.
I want less. Let me tell you what. Out of all the people that I don't want, the most coming to the country are white Europeans. Those people are leftist, radical commies. They want to.
I gotta chime in real quick. All right, so me myself right now, my occupation, I've had many in my 50 years, but right now I'm an over-the-road truck driver, and so I have actually, and 10-4, and I've traversed coast to coast on this United States land. And the reality is, and this is real true reality, we have physical land that is uninhabited. And I'm talking about states worth of land. I'm talking big areas, swaths of land. Either in Mexico, New Mexico, we have it in Wyoming, we have it in South Dakota, North Dakota. We have land, I'm talking about in the middle of the country, just open. So we do have places to absorb. 2 million wouldn't be shit. We could build a whole nother city, and it wouldn't affect any of you at all. And you could do manufacturing, distribution. It's nothing. We have the land mass to absorb 2 million people like it wasn't shit. It wouldn't affect anybody. And so when you say you don't want them as your neighbors, they would be as much your neighbor as a guy from South Dakota is your neighbor. Or North Dakota, or Utah.
Would you be cool with the 2 million and Sharia law in that area? Are you cool with that?
I mean, Sharia law affects me as much as Catholic law does.
Really?
It just doesn't affect me. It doesn't affect me.
The thing about immigration, if I can ask a question, is like, okay, without it being like a racist thing, if we're so patriotic and let's take care of our neighbors, and I feel like those are the ones who are here already. Let's just say we put a deadline to it. Can we, before we open up any more support, or regardless of where they came from, if we have all this open land, regardless of where it's at, if it's like that, fuck bringing in new people, can we take care of these people who literally have nowhere to go?
I'm into that. And so I want to call out Joe to take care. How many black men and women is he helping a daily? And how many Mexican men and women is he helping on a daily basis? Because those are your neighbors as well, Joe. Right? Like we have, as Americans, we're all American, and so we can all reach out a little more. We can all say, hey, how's everyone doing in this country? Maybe some people aren't feeling great at the moment, but we can.
85% of my state is federal land, except that there's no water. So good idea, except you try to go develop some of this land and get water and get water rights, and it's not so simple. And you also have to vet these people, and you have a government that's a terrorist organization. So how do you vet? Just like we dealt with what came in from Venezuela, how do you know who's coming in? How do you know their propensities or their background? Because you don't have a government that's giving you a criminal file on them. You know nothing about them.
How about we?
The funny thing about it is we took in 1 million or so Ukrainians. They're here in the United States right now.
We shouldn't have done
blending in.
We shouldn't have done
But they're white, just whites blending in with other whites because we live in a.
You didn't hear what I said. We have an Interpol relationship. We have a relationship with Ukraine that we know.
They're Caucasian.
We need to stop talking. That's what I said. You're not hearing me. We have a relationship with that country.
The only relationship you have with them is they're Caucasian.
Do you understand what vetting is? Do you get
They're
what
Caucasian. That's it. They don't vetting. I get it.
We got to do one mic.
It's why we have the problem with Venezuela, because we couldn't get intel on who was coming in from Venezuela. We knew who was coming in from the Ukraine because we have a diplomatic relationship, and we were able to get that intelligence and that information. We cannot get that information.
That's straight up bullshit. You don't know who those white people were. They were just white. The only thing different is they were Caucasian.
No, that's not the only reason. He has a point.
You know what I think?
Didn't it?
You stop spending so much money on Ukraine and start fucking helping out homeless people in our own country.
And we need the Catholics
Okay,
to step
didn't it?
up and start helping our brothers like
I wanted to speak on the Venezuelan behalf. Because if I had to do all
Girl, them
this
Venezuela.
no, only because
We gotta do one mic. We can't hear it.
Venezuela.
Queen,
Are you guys
Queen,
not hearing it?
If some-
This is
if some
horrible.
people-
Let her fall.
Murderers that came in, and we had no clue that they were murderers because we don't have a diplomatic relationship. Do you not understand that part? You have
so
to
That's why we have to send them down.
You can't vet them at the borders. You can't absorb people coming in. If they're coming in legally, you need to know and have a relationship with the country they're coming from in order to know the criminal history. Now tell me how
She's
you're
not
going to
lying.
have that with a designated terrorist organization. Tell me how you're going to do that with Hamas.
Guys, I just would like to add
Honestly, I'm just so glad they brought President Trump back. It could have been somebody else, but somebody needed to clean these streets up because it don't make no damn sense. How many Venezuelan people living around New York?
Fucking
Shit, just imagine LA out here.
Well said.
So I just wanted to go back on the Venezuelan thing. If you did whatever it took to risk your life to get here, only because you literally know the law more than Americans who know about the Venezuelans.
And you broke the law coming in here illegally.
No, they didn't break the law. So hold on.
Oh, dear.
It
Hold
is.
on.
You did
Hold
break
on,
the law.
hold on.
You came here
Listen,
illegally.
hold on. I just want to say, because it's a difference when there's like a treaty deal, or if you make it to America and they ask where you came from. When it comes to Venezuela, when Trump made that big ordeal, it really was to bring attention on what happened in Venezuela. And so when they came over here, they were promised. And Google it if I'm lying. When it came to they breaking into the houses, it was actually a mandated that whoever signed it, but it was a law where you couldn't take them to jail. So if there was an abandoned property, nobody's living there because they looking at it like you can actually, instead of living on the streets, go ahead, we can store you. That was a law. You couldn't call the cops on them and say, hey, there's somebody living here in this abandoned property, because that law that was given to them, they came over here, none of them broke the law. They came over here under the law.
They broke the law coming into the country.
come in.
And the sanctuary state chose not to uphold the federal law. Like they can make a case.
Thank you.
They're being here illegal.
You're putting this in
A Mexican who has no type of boundaries when they get over here, or somebody, or like even with Ukraine, that's why it's like you can't really speak on the people who made it on that airplane. But when it came to anybody who made it over, if it's in the law, you can.
Why don't you cite the law? Why don't you cite it?
Oh my God!
Shit with some fucking rod over there.
We need
There
to
was
get
no
these
law saying
criminals out of the country.
Love your neighbor as yourself, but we still should treat people with the same thing.
Joe, we're doomed. Joe,
I know. You just have to sit back and laugh, Sean. That's all.
You need to get rid of all
It's like it's not a hard concept. Like I like everyone that's here in America. That's here. We were, we're natives. We were all born here. We grew up here together. I like y'all. I just don't want more people to come in here. This is our special place, right? This is our country. We don't need to let in all these other fucks into our own country.
One more thing to say for everybody.
Why don't you look at what the law is? Because hold on. What our law says is that you come here legally as long as you can show that you are not a burden on the U.S. economy. That's what the law says. So if you want to come into the United States legally, you get a sponsor. A sponsor then will sign an affidavit and a document that they will sponsor you, and you will not burden the economy of the U.S. You will have enough resources that you can sustain yourself in the United States without the United States having to be burdened. That's our law coming in legally.
Okay, I just want to come on both.
Hold on, sweetie. That's been our law.
Because was the one talking about.
Oh my God, I give up. That's been our law. So for those who come in legally that are sponsored or can show that they economically will not burden our country, more power to them. We have a lot of people that come in with unique skills that we don't have Americans that have those specific skills, and they should be able to come in if they can meet our legal standards. But we have legal standards. We have laws specifically about immigrating or getting a green card or being able to work in the United States. As long as our laws are followed, then you should support them. But what you're talking about...
I want a moratorium. No, but I want
All right, so hold on.
Hold on. Abby's giving to me here.
I think I understand both sides of the party because I really have to speak to whoever. I don't know if it was Abby, but that's what really made me.
Yeah. I'll pass it right over to you. Let me just respond to Abby. Abby, I just want a moratorium on it. Like, can we just pause the immigration for a little bit until we get our house in?
I have the answer.
Hold on, Abby.
I have a solution.
Until we get our house in order. That's it. We have like 20 million illegals.
Okay. All right, I have a solution. I have a solution.
Hold on.
I have a solution. And I just think.
Wait on your solution and let me respond to it. Joe.
All right, Abby, this really goes back to everything you're saying. Listen to how much. Hold on.
We're gonna let Abby finish.
We have like where I live, we have performers that work. I'll give you an example, like for Cirque du Soleil. We have several shows here, and we have performers that are here on green cards because they have unique skills and they're acrobatic and they're performers. We have a lot of people that come in under that visa program because they have those unique skills. We actually don't have Americans that can do those. So we bring in, a lot of them are gymnastics, from a lot of the Eastern Europeans come in. So I would argue with you, when you have a unique skill and you can show that it is unique and it's needed in the country, then you should be allowed. So it's not a full moratorium.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, listen, me and Abby are talking for a second. Just hold.
It's not an argument.
No, I want me and Abby are just let us cook for like 2 minutes, and we'll pass it right over to y'all. Okay, look, Abby, here's the issue that I have is this birthright citizenship. And Trump's already put up an executive order that will probably be overturned. But the whole idea is those, circus workers that bring some skill that many Americans don't have, they're going to have children here and raise a family. And the moment they have a child here, now we got to let them in. Oh, and all their family members from whatever country they are from too. So before you know it, you have the whole family here, not just the circus workers that came to perform that job. Point I'm making here is our immigration system is broken, and we let one in, but it's like a leak where the water could, it starts bringing more and more and more into our country. And until we have our house in order, until we have our immigration policy sound, because yes, I get your point. I've heard this argument. Obviously, I know where you're coming from. But you got to admit that our immigration system is broken. Everyone's admitting it. So why would we want to continue to allow it while it's broken?
Because there's a rule of law. And I would argue that I would respect the law that exists right now. And if you can meet those standards, and the standards are very specific, then I think we should be open to those that aren't a burden on our economy or have a unique skill. I don't disagree with that law, but I think people have to meet those standards, and those standards have been lacked. So I don't disagree with you that it's broken. I think it's really broken, and I think it should be tightened up, really tightened up. But there are situations, whether you're someone teaching at a university or you have those unique skills that we need for whatever purpose that they're coming in. And again, the other point I was making, they have to be vetted. We had so many people on our terrorist watch list that walked over the border, and that has to be tightly vetted. And so I'm not disagreeing with you, Joe. I just think you can't 100% lock it up. There's got to be some leeway within the boundaries of the law, as long as the law is being enforced.
I pass the mic. I gave Abby the last word. Go ahead. Go ahead, man.
Okay. Oh my God. Listen. This is the thing. Queen, keep being by fast, and I have to let you guys talk. But listen, I have a solution. Oh my God. Even so, when it comes to like what Abby was saying, like they have to be vetted. Even with Joe, I guess. When it comes to both of you guys, let's stop immigration. The ones who are here, even if they snuck over, whatever, kick them out if they have somewhere else to go or whatever, they're complaining. My solution, what I wanted to say, when it comes to the law, this is actually the Constitution. This goes back to, like she said, the ones who are being vetted, the ones who are experienced, the ones who been here already. Guess what? Can we just start with what we promised the ones who are already here, who have not committed any crime? Hold on, it's not a promise, it's the law. I'm going off what Abby's saying, and I'm going off what Joe's saying. Let's focus on the ones who are already here, who never snuck in, who actually are kind of educated, never been to jail, the laws that are promised to them.
We don't need
We're already here. The solution is the same way whenever the war happened, hold on. So listen, when that war happened, I'm talking about the ones who's already here.
How'd they get here?
When the war happened,
How'd they get here?
Hold on, was it? But I don't know. Okay, so when it comes to that question, how do they get here? So when the same way when they say go back to where you came from. So when it came to how did we get here, that can be divisive as far as were we here? Because some of us were Indian, some of us came with you. Some of us, we did not volunteer. But however, you guys, they've been here. We've been here. A lot of people have been here, and they did not. voluntarily, some people have no place to go back to. So when it comes to who's already here, so when it comes to so the fact that Venezuelans get to come over, Venezuelans get the same treaty.
Queen, if you and me go to another country and we overstay our visa, they're gonna arrest. They have the right to arrest us based on their legal procedure, based on their laws that they have in their country. So if we go to Russia or we go to China or we go to India, we can't stay longer than our visa application. They're gonna arrest us because they have a right to arrest us. That's in the laws. Every country has.
I'm just saying, as far as like, say you don't want to go nowhere. So when you can't go nowhere, we're just talking about we just can't go to the liquor store.
Do you have a passport?
McDonald's.
I don't think you have a passport.
Well, I'm just saying. No, I'm just saying as far as within our states. So I hear one person saying, "Hey, we gotta make sure our neighbors. You're our neighbor. Like you guys should fight with us." I feel like we've proven that. In every single war, I feel like we've done that. We help out all these other countries after we've been enslaved. And I don't know how we got here, who was where, whatever, but I just know we've been here and we've been helping out everybody else down to Venezuela, Ukraine, whatever country. We're not immigrants. We don't have nowhere else to go back to. We are here. We did proven over and over and over how resourceful we are to this country. All I'm saying is,
she was an American. Somewhere along the lines, I really think you don't know that you're an American.
Shut the fuck up. One voice. Let's go to somebody new. I think Keith, you've been trying to jump in there. Go ahead and say something. Go ahead.
No, I just don't think she remembered that she was an American. I think she just
this is definitely a fact.
Somewhere along the line.
Because how did we get here?
You guys don't have a place to go.
Like respectfully, how did we get here? We're all naturalized citizens.
I think she's trying to relate back to an era before she was born.
Well, we're talking about 2021. The illegals that came here in 2021, that border hopped.
Like pre-Civil War, 1812.
But that is protected under the law. Like the birthright citizenship that Trump is talking about is 2021, the future years. Like, why we're going to a backdated situation when that was not what the president interpreted. We're talking about 2021.
Okay, the president interpreted and what he's going back off of, and it's still in the Constitution down up today, when they made that Northwest Territory. And they made that...
We're talking about a time period.
No, because if you look at all the flags, 1776, MAGA...
You done went 8 generations back.
You know there
No, I'm just saying whatever... No. Regardless of whatever... No, hold on. Whatever era you want to go back to, I'm just saying, as far as taking care of the immigrants, let's take care of the people who's willing to fight. We have nowhere to go. This is our property. Let's take care of our home. Like, you are my neighbor. That's why I'm saying we both go back. So we compare the law and my neighbor.
My family came in generations ago legally. They came in through Ellis Island, and they came in legally. There's a big difference. These people
my family did too.
My family was here before the country.
Federal law. They broke federal law. Are you not understanding that point?
Are you understanding it?
No, you don't.
Hold on, no. Are you understanding? No. The reason why I know what I'm saying, is because my family came here legally too, boo-boo. And so we came here, we were not slaves. And that's why when it comes to like educating, it's not about illegally. My point is,
RJ, my brother RJ in the room, because he will never get a chance to speak.
Hello, RJ.
Brother RJ, you here?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I want to hear RJ. Go ahead, RJ.
Sick of hearing Queen and fucking
man. Like I said, I think Trump is doing the Lord's work.
Damn straight.
And we should all get down with the program, get that bread. You know what I mean? And stop being so scary, man. Like I support anybody that's going out.
Just another manipulated ass pussy.
Well, yeah. And
I guarantee guarantee you who keeps
Yeah,
Gunner.
Gunner, drop the location. I'm gonna send you some chewing gum. Drop the location. So check this out. Yeah. So I'm gonna make it real quick, guys. I got you. I'm gonna make it real quick, guys. I think that it's honorable for any president or any politician or government official to go out and do an audit of people that have been losing trillions of dollars for decades. And, if they want to cut wasteful spending, roll back programs that aren't efficient, and actually doing what they say that they're going to do and saving us money and exchanging income tax for tariff tax and mutually taxing other countries and coming up with creative solutions outside of war to come to the table with negotiating skills that brings in new manufacturing goods and services and promoting American products first around the world, because we do make a lot of PPE and dental equipment and things like that the world actually fucking needs, you know what I mean? And we have a lot of resources here at home to make us nepotists, but because we've been so reliant on other countries and enduring their tariff taxes while giving them a free pass for anything under $800, the de minimis rule 201, I think it's a fair cooperation. And guys, don't get mad at me. As far as the Palestinian thing, him owning that, it sounds like a great business plan too, because obviously those two countries can't come to terms. And he's saying, hey, we'll negotiate peace and ease you guys out of the whole situation. America's going to own it because we've already invested into, destroying it under the last administration. So guys, go over here. We'll put you up while, we built this shit up. You can come back. Nobody's going to keep you from coming back. But Israel, you're not going to give them a fair run. And you guys, you don't want to let Israel be there. So we'll just take it over. And then maybe you can buy it back for us in the future. I think everything that he's done is very comprehensive. It's exactly what he said that he would do, and I can do nothing but respect it. He's on track to be the best president in my generation. 100%. I'm 44, so
damn right.
Salute to that. Not too much on Teflon Donnie out there, guys.
Good shit,
Donnie J.
Why didn't we let Cypher talk earlier?
Yeah, I like hearing more
The
Cypher.
I have is that there's too much money going to like a lot of rich people, Sam Altman, other people who have a lot of money invested. So that's one thing that worries me. Yeah.
Let me ask Brandy. Brandy, more so than the billions of dollars that has just been revealed that has been getting laundered to non-governmental organizations to advance the Democrats and the leftist agenda here in America and throughout the world. So you're more concerned about Sam Altman getting a publicly, told to us that we're going to get behind this AI race, but you're not more concerned about in the night that they were laundering billions of dollars out of our country.
Either or. I don't think it's either or question.
Are you worried about that then?
What about the $1 billion we're sending Ukraine for no fucking reason? To get this shit, bro.
Yeah, Brandy, are you worried about the billions of dollars of corruption being, wasted and laundered?
My question is.
No, I'm the one asking the question, Brandy. Maybe you don't understand what I'm saying.
Brandy, shut the fuck up.
I'm asking you the question. Are you concerned with the billions of dollars that the Democrats have been laundering and Republicans have been laundering out of our country and stealing our tax dollars? Does that concern you?
I'm concerned with the uniparty, the idea that there's one party, and that they can just spend money to USAID, which was exposed by WikiLeaks for counter disinformation and trying to advance the CIA's agenda across overseas, trying to manipulate the foreign governments through USAID and these other democratic institutions. We call them democratic, but they're really not, right? Yes, I'm concerned about these things that have been happening.
Are you really concerned?
Absolutely. But I think the question is, for every concern, we have to find a solution. So we can't just always talk about the problem. We have to actually address it by advancing our own path forward. And I think that's something that Elon is advancing, is solutions on that level. So I'm not here to discuss that necessarily, but yeah.
Honestly, they were trying to restrict your freedom of speech. They've been trying to do it for a long time. You ought to be glad they brought President Trump back.
Damn straight. Hallelujah.
Okay. So listen, I really do. It's not a solution. I'm just speaking off of some anger that I feel. So whoever was speaking about like the non-government organizations, which is like anybody can go down to the city clerk office and fill out the application, and bam, you got a backpack drive. And for somebody who really actually care, right? When I actually did my research, and they said no, the government will not is not regulated. Federal government is not regulating it. And so when I also did my research, that's what's so confusing, and that's why it may seem like I'm on both sides, but when it comes to like, oh, I got an idea or a solution, it seemed very like biased, whatever. It's more concern.
Queen, do you get federal money? Queen, do you get federal money?
I'm sorry, what was it?
Do you get federal money? Because that's what, when I say non-government organizations, these are organizations that are getting federal money given to them to advance their agenda. Their agenda to, so, you know, lack of better terms, to have dominion over all of us. They want to control us. Like he said, control our speech. So that, you know, that's what has been going on. Do you have they been paying you? Because they've been paying off Americans.
No, not at all. If anything, like, you know, I believe in karma and God outside of everything. My main concern is I know about it, and I'm like, oh, this. A lot of this stuff seem like a scam, and this is an honest question. As far as when it comes to somebody who supported, how do you support what's really going on? It's like, yeah, go do that, fight for your rights, and do your law thing. But then it's like, okay, you're not doing that, because like that shit is taken off. Anybody can go down there, and I'm not per se at all. I do know a lot of situations where I'm seeing flyers, and then when I learn about it, when it comes to like senior citizens and a lot of people who can't get support, if I was to get money from the government to help out, it will be for like the elderly citizens. But as far as like, you know, I'm not in that field right now. But Trump I'm not just saying him, but there's a lot of things out there that's available where you can obviously scam the system. And if somebody who's saying this is the way to do it, scam the system and just know the law, you can get away with anything. How do you know what side is right?
Because it's in the law.
Idiot.
It's in the law and it's transparent. If it's legal, you can do it.
Yeah, that's why we look at the Black Law Dictionary.
Because
that's why I love Trump.
Just because you're like a capitalist doesn't mean you're a good human.
I can barely hear your mic.
Barely hear you.
I was saying it all comes down to your moral standing at the end of the day, because you could be a capitalist and still be an immoral human being, or you can be
I think the moral argument is like obsolete. We live in a capitalist society. America has not been the most moral of anything, but when it comes to this administration and what they're doing, I believe it's morally correct to be transparent and have open source accountability and auditing mechanisms with bilateral influence. So you have the contrarians to Elon Musk's Doge on his subcommittee looking at open source auditing and effectively and efficiently restructuring government to run like a well-oiled engine. Governments usually don't run for efficiency and effectiveness for their constituents, or not constituents, but for their people. What they're trying to do is lead the world as a demonstration how to remodel governments to where it actually does what it says it's going to do, and not having to outspend and overspend and have wasteful spending and bureaucracy going on, back-end deals, money laundering, all kinds of nefarious activities are now having oversight by government efficiency and open source money. Like, I mean, you could track this stuff. And it's telling you, this is how to play the rules.
Let's take a step back here.
If I like to finish just really quickly. I like to finish.
Keith, you'll come after. I want to hear
the last part. The last portion of that is also the fact that he's even telling you how to play the game. So even in terms of, we're not going to gatekeep the rules. We want you to follow the rules and take advantage of these things. That's empowerment, right? And it's America first. Like, my business model with my companies are American products first, right? I have no shame in that, right? So if we're true Americans, I can do nothing but celebrate a guy that's a real politician. This man is qualified as fuck, because we saw what his last administration did, and we worked in the shithole that we were the last 4 or 5 years. He has a better pathway forward. He knows he's working on borrowed time because he has 2 years to work with before the climate changes in the houses, in the Senate, in the House of Representatives. He's only going to probably have this last term to get it right. So he's not fucking around with people. And I think that we should put more respect on that man's name and have more appreciation for what he's doing, and sit back and watch. He hasn't been in office 30 days yet. Let's sit back and watch what he does.
Hey, Cypher, thank you for buying American products. That's a very cool thing.
Yeah, that is pretty good.
We have to respect the other Americans.
I think Keith was next. Hold on, Brandy. Hold on, Keith. Go ahead, and then Brandy. Then I want to go after Brandy, but go ahead, Keith.
Well, I'll say this, as an auditor, that the audits can't be automatic. But what we have to do is we have to look at where the transactions are going. And in a normal world, stopping a transaction would require many steps after the audit is done. I think that Doge is just kind of eliminating that audit step, that assessment step, and just completely shutting it down, which I completely agree with.
Go ahead, Brandy.
Yeah, I mean, I like your idea. I like what you're saying, but some Americans, Democrats, would say that there need to be some mechanisms, and I know a lot of conservatives don't like the idea of any mechanisms in government, and they want a different kind of way to run this country. But I think we should have the American flag. I think we should have schools that have the American flag, kind of educating people about American history. And I do think that Black history should be taught also, because Black people are Americans, obviously. And I do think we should teach efficiency in our schools. We should teach governmental efficiency in all levels, right? In every level of society, like we should teach. And I think that we just need better leaders, great leaders, like whether Republican or Democrat. We need to stop bickering between each other, because that's how we divide each other, and China or whoever gets ahead, because we're not working together. We're not making the plan that we need to make our country effective at all levels. We need the best of the best at every level of government, just like Elon Musk, somebody who has obvious competence, and I'm not sure about character, but at least he's competent, right? Which is a good thing in government, because there's so many bureaucrats that have zero competence, right, these days, so I'm ready to see how we can actually become more competent as a nation. And
I mean, I'm just looking here at one of these items that were found, that being the Associated Press, the AP. Does anybody think they should be getting $52 million? I mean, that's the AP. Aren't they supposed to be like pretty much neutral, not any kind of, one side or, any kind of propaganda arm for anybody? I mean, why is the government paying $52 million to the AP?
I mean, it turns out they are a propaganda arm, as it says that they're being paid for disinformation services for the federal government. So these are called PSYOP operations, propaganda campaigns that our own government has been waging on its own population for, as we know, since the Vietnam era and after ever since.
I hear what you're saying, but there's one party that's been covering this up, though. It wasn't the Republican Party, right?
Absolutely, it was.
I mean,
because you see the likes of Mitch McConnell, you see ever since Watergate and the 60s scandals and so forth, Republicans have been in bed with the same military-industrial.
I get the military part, maybe, but just focus quite a bit on this, Brandy. I mean, the only reason why we know this is because Republicans did this, right?
To be fair, look, Brandy, I think what Matt's saying here is the bureaucracy that was built in America over the last 10, 15 years largely comes from the Obama administration.
I think Obama attempted to streamline, what he saw as government, that he thought it could be, instead of just hampered, we could actually streamline government. And this is what Democrats
So we could say Obama was just a good guy who did what they wanted him to do.
Even though he targeted Republican entities with the IRS, but he's a good guy, right?
I mean, he also raised the morale of our nation.
He didn't raise the morale of our nation. He actually does a lot of
Obama was one of the worst presidents of all time.
horrible, and probably caused the race issues that we have.
A lot of issues.
Yeah, I mean, he could be a purple man. It's irrelevant.
Oh my God, play the race card.
Nothing.
No, I think
So going after conservative organizations with the IRS, you think that's okay? You think
I think every organization should be audited. I think whether you're Democrat or Republican.
Okay, but so you're okay with what Obama did? Did he target conservative or?
I don't know.
You're okay with that? Are you, Brandy? Just yes or no? Yes or no question. Were you cool with that? You think the guy's infallible?
Man, she's talking like a politician. It's talking like a politician. Respectfully, it's not giving any direct.
Brandy,
I think from what she's saying is that under the Obama administration, a lot of businesses, probably dealt with a lot of constraints and a lot of regulations that his administration.
No.
Let me tell you who Obama benefited when he was in office. Now here's the funny thing. He extended the unemployment for like fucking 4 years, because I remember I had a job and I got laid off, and the unemployment extensions just kept coming. Now, like if you were unemployed and you were an underachiever, like that's probably like the only thing that he did and shit. Yeah, I mean, because I got comfortable. So other than that, he was just fucking well spoken. Listen, I was a guy that voted Democrat for 20 fucking years before I learned anything about politics. Now I know that currently, the key word currently, Democrats are like full of shit. So salute to the fucking room. What's up with y'all? You know what I mean? I'm gonna let y'all go with it.
Let me add this one right here.
And the Democrats are the original racists.
Now, can I say
they're the original racists, and they don't give a fuck about black people at all.
Can I say this real quick, Brady?
Hold on, real quick. I want to jump in here. Look, and then I want to pass it over to Sean. Sean, you made it, just a little sidebar here. Sean made the comment earlier that in the future, people will not trust politicians that are propped up by the media. Well, as I was like, oh man, that's right. We're at that point. But now that I'm listening to Brandy, it's the same thing. I'm not going to trust people that speak like Brandy's, because you can just tell they're just lying to us now to prop up this agenda.
They 20 million short, dog. They 20 million short. Hold on, I didn't mean to cut nobody off, but listen, I just got in the room. They 20 million short. All right, so this like the media got they base of people that they gonna indoctrinate. That's already stamped. So you got black people, you got white leftists, you got black leftists, all of that shit. These motherfuckers is short 20 million. They need 20 million fucking people.
Yeah.
That's why they fucking lost. They should
that is funny as hell. You said they got a base of Negroes that they got locked in already.
You can't listen. Black people vote Democrat, and that's all they fucking listen. And I remember how I used to vote. Like when I ain't know nothing about politics, I literally went in the booth and just like was pulling by name, just like name recognition. And if I didn't know the person name, I picked the better name. Like if somebody had a weird name, I just picked like Richard over a weird name. Like this is how like people fight.
Oh my God. Now, can I say this real quick? When it comes to this unscrupulous activities of the Obama administration, this motherfucker funded Boko Haram and literally used U.S. aid money under the Buhari administration in Nigeria, where Doge then confirmed that the Obama-Biden administration literally used U.S. aid to sponsor ISIS, Boko Haram, Al-Qaeda, and the Taliban, and more terrorist groups with taxpayer money, $1 billion annually. So you're telling me that the situation of the war on terror that was extended with the Obama-Biden administration was literally used $1 billion, where it trampled the continent of Africa, trampled the situation in the Middle East, and literally destroyed a lot of lives, $1 billion annually. This is why I say if the media likes this guy, I don't like the guy. Instantaneously, media say, oh, obey. Or you better like this motherfucker, or you got your grandmama, your baby. That's why I appreciate my pops. At age 77, he was a Vietnam veteran of the Tet Offensive and the Cambodian Offensive as well. In Vietnam, literally said that, man, I done got off the Democratic train. I don't trust these motherfuckers. When I look at the news, I know it's a spin. More than anything, he just smoking his weed and just biding his time and raising his grandkids and his kids. Because he knows that the Democratic Party will probably, he said to me, they'll probably never win federally. Okay,
Hey, salute to your dad, man. Salute to your dad in the service, bro.
Thank you. And this is a dude that's been voting for Democrats since 50 years. He voted for George McGovern when he got obliterated by Nixon in 72. So
I don't think they can win. I don't think they can win moving forward.
No.
My parents are some of the most hardworking people, the most American people that you can think of. They're not highly educated people. They're just people that get up and go to work. And I think that they've noticed the cost of living increase over such short period of time that for them it was only made sense to, vote for former President Trump.
I'm telling you, man, like my pops, he was a diehard Democrat. Where he didn't like. Well, I wouldn't say he's a diehard Democrat. He was more conservative than he really carried on. Cause he didn't like none of the agendas, the pronouns. He didn't care for open borders. He didn't care for. Then when he started making even more money, he started realizing that, wait a minute, I'm voting against my best interests. What? Bring them capital gains taxes down. Figure out what's going on when it comes to the bonus depreciation, when it comes to the equipment that I write off. Then he realized and read some of the Trump Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, realized that, wait a minute, this helps my real estate operation. Hold on. Let me look at it a little more closely. Then when the situation of Joe botching the situation of Afghanistan, as ex-military, he said this is unacceptable. Within 8 months of Biden's term, he realized that, man, I fucked up. 6 to 8 months, he didn't realize, man, I fucked up. Who the fuck is this dude? Then he realized that the media was just covering Joe Biden, weekend at Bernie's, covering for Biden, not showing him closely, maybe show one or two words before he starts stumbling and fumbling. Then realize that, wait a minute, this is a damn scam.
Yeah, I think Biden really just really let a lot of people down. It was
where you couldn't bang Joe Biden. You see how he banged Trump?
They don't have nobody else. Like that, they had to use Biden because Biden was associated with Obama. That's it. They like, I mean, I'm not even being biased, yo. They really don't fucking have nobody. Not nobody on the large.
But the thing is, they couldn't bang Biden. Like, you couldn't have nobody irrationally say, yeah, I fuck with Joe Biden. But you got people saying, man, I fuck with Donald Trump.
But you, when you look at what they did to President Trump when he left office,
I mean, people said that
it was unprecedented, you know, in modern times. It was really the main reason so many people wanted to see him through this, because, you know, I don't think that that's how things are supposed to work.
You got people defending failed departments, man.
And especially if they cancel. But if you have nowhere to go, and
what the Atlanta woman did was a reach. Or even on I don't even know how it stayed in their court system that long. They have a very interesting court system.
Okay, so now that we know Obama wasn't shit, let's just say 90% of Americans feel that way, black or whatever. Okay, whoop-de-fucking-doo. Like, okay, we get it. Biden, whoop-de-doo. We can still talk about Kamala. We just gonna skip past what Trump did, but he's here now. And we're saying, hey, buddy, we're on your team. How can we really prove with a legit resume and a legit credit score? How can we really prove, even being in the room of politics, even being in the room? Now, how can we be like, we're on your side? We understand. He got the manual and we're trying to follow it. And it's not even selfishly for me, us, or whoever, but how can we switch that, without it being like, I know you voted for Obama back in 2008. It's about to be 20 years from now. Like, can we get over that?
Well, we can't get over the fact that $1 billion was given to the Taliban. How we can't just drive over that.
No, we can't. But what we did
that's what
we did do was action. Right now, who the fuck? I will be hella offended. You still talking about the X? Now you allow the XX dude to come back. So let's get over. Now you got a solution.
But if we find out recently that the money was given $1 billion to the Taliban, Boko Haram, literally Al Qaeda, we should be quiet. If we be quiet, then we're essentially starting with the media machine that wants us to focus on. Well, Elon is dismantling departments, even though none of these departments has been efficient, that has necessarily worked in our best interest. Matter of fact, most of these departments has literally just been people just collecting a check, sitting their job, don't even care about if they do it correctly. We just care about our job, essentially being in these departments. This situation right here is sickening. This comes from somebody that literally cares about what's going on in the continent of Africa. You're telling me that Obama, a Kenyan American president, literally. Well, let me finish my point. When it comes to this situation, you're funding terrorism with our taxpayer dollars. We literally went from 9/11 to the Bush era to a situation finding out that, wait a minute, so it was an inside job. This is literally what it's telling me, that, okay, the situation 9/11 was an inside job, because we're funding all these terrorist groups $1 billion annually for the past 8 to 12 years. From 07 to literally 2020. What the fuck?
That's not. That is.
Brady, you must work for the DNC. You must really work for the DNC, because every time I have something to say about being critical about the situation, you always throw the subversion tactic of, let's throw it back at you.
Okay, well, hold on. You got to answer my question before you get back to her. Because my question, let's just say I do, and I'm a plant, and I'm just really just pretending. So my question was,
let's get something real clear here. The way you talk is very genuine. You're having a genuine conversation with us up here.
I just want some answers.
Brandy speaks in a subversive way, where she tries to trick us.
It's not tricking. The thing is, I can hold up whatever it says in the court of law. So let's just say we just going off paperwork. So when I ask a question, you can't be like, oh, I think she's You can't be like, oh no, come on, let's just focus on the question. And I haven't got my answer yet.
Well, you didn't ask it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So when it comes to, all right, even if you didn't vote for Obama, a lot of Black people didn't vote for Obama. They didn't even vote. A lot of Black people have not been involved, or just a minority. I think this has been like a big election where a lot of people really got involved. And so I really feel like it was the first time it wasn't about Republican or Democrat. I don't think nobody can really wake up and be like, especially with everything that's going on, to be put in the category like, you don't know shit about politics, but to be like, well, I'm Black, I'm in that. No, I don't think a lot of people are like that. Depending on your location, you probably had no choice, like your vote don't count. They're going to go that way anyway. That's how I've been seeing it. Yes, it was great to see him, but I just don't understand why is Obama still to blame for everything when Trump already had it? And even if he was to blame, Trump is here now.
And
I don't understand why we got to focus on, like I'm saying, like the solutions. We can't be like, well, we got to be mad at everybody who voted for Obama way back then, because we got to go through all the other
Obama. You wasn't here earlier when I said that I voted for Obama. We're not mad at the people that voted for Obama. We're talking about the people in the administration. Do you work for the administration? What was your department that you worked for the administration? If that was the case. Like I said, I'm not mad at everybody that voted for Obama.
Who do you voted for last time? Fuck Obama. Who you voted for last time?
2016, I voted Gary Johnson. 2016, I voted Gary Johnson. 2020, I voted Donald Trump. Now, can I finish my point?
Why are you kicking yourself in the ass?
Because I'm not kicking nobody in the ass. Oh, dear Christ.
Yeah,
no, I don't understand the animosity.
Dear Christ.
Queen, look, I think hold on. What I think you missed was the earlier conversation that led into this, where we don't blame Obama voters. It's the ones that work for the government, that people have been getting paid off to try and prop up this money laundering scheme that's been going on with our tax dollars. So, like, we don't blame you for getting, suckered with them.
Who created that scheme?
Let me move this one forward. Let me just move this one forward. So, like I said, I'm more angry at the situation of both Biden, because I'm going to call it O'Biden, both Obama and O'Biden terms, because literally looking at from I don't know if anybody looking at Sean Ryan, but he has a very good interview recently where he interviewed an ex-Democrat that literally said that Jill Biden literally was the president, and the situation of this was Obama's third term that he literally came off of, where he had situation of John Kerry, people like John Kirby, John Kerry.
Moving forward, what is your plan?
What's your solution?
So my solution is to get involved in the oil field. See, I'm doing a freight broker situation. I got tax deeds involved. If I had to give everybody a solution, get your business credit, get your LLC or C corporation, and actually build up your personal credit so you can get those trucks, you can get those land lots, you can actually start building. And if you want to build domestically, you can do it here in the United States. My plan is situation for everybody to get involved. Can I finish? Dear Christ, can I finish? I just want people to be more business-minded, because it seems like we have a lot of people that will be lost in the sidelines, where this administration is the most transparent, where every single person that has a scenario where they're involved in real estate, trucking, the oil field, mineral rights, they're going to win the most. People that's in manufacturing, they're going to win the most. People that's in logistics, we can finally have a scenario where we're going to unleash oil drilling. 625 million acres of oil.
There is no solution because it's already here, is what you're saying. So but there's I'm saying not like there's no progress, but as far as like, okay. And I think that's my whole point. And I'm not trying to like even be a smart ass, but basically you saying finally we are here. Because I'm not hearing that response as, it's not one of those type of wins where it's like, aha, we showed y'all, like, look, we got it. It's still more like, can you believe that bitch would have got that fucking office? Or can you believe what Obama did? I'm not hearing what he's doing right now. And when it comes to Chattanooga, Tennessee, property that's owned out there for my family, they're kind of lightweight going through it. And they hella mad that they voted. And I'm like, yo, this moving forward, that's all we can do. There's no time to be like, oh, y'all voted for him. Hey. It's like, oh, well, he didn't tell us that this was like, and it's not even to be, it's embarrassing if you voted for Kamala, and it's embarrassing if you voted for Trump, depending on what it is. I don't think you can go into a courtroom or any type of like government run where it says on paper what's right. Feelings ain't got shit to do with it. When it comes to, look, I'll do anything to keep my sister alive, and it means me giving her a kidney. Certain things, but now my medical, certain things, that's what I have to deal with. I can't blame it on anybody. When I kept hearing you saying, Obama, like, we've been got over him, like, hella long ago.
Okay, can I finish my point now? Like I said, my solution for everybody is to read the executive orders for yourself. Use whatever AI tool that you use. But please read the executive orders and figure out how can I align myself where I can benefit from this administration. Like, I used to do YouTube, and I was literally laughing at the people that voted for Joe Biden but didn't know none of the policies that he was actually going to do, where I was looking at electric vehicle stocks that were $1, shot up to $55. Yeah, it went back down to $1 to damn near to zero, but I had to make sure that I was going to benefit in the Biden years, because it seemed like the Biden years was like overwhelming, where you had housing prices that were $185,000. That was in Houston, Texas, that shot up to $350,000. $375,000. You have the West Coast leaving their $1 million property that's in San Francisco for 1.2, going to somewhere down south, funding up for a neighborhood of people that's literally on the sidelines, waiting for a real estate crash that never happened, or waiting for a situation of them saving up a down payment that wound up being $50,000 down payment when it was around $185,000, $200,000, to not being $350,000. Now they need to bring in $80,000, where I saw so much pain. And in the last year of Biden, 18% homelessness went up nationwide. And that's where I say that, yes, voting has consequences. That's what I'm always going to say. Voting has consequences, especially when you're not looking at, okay, you put this motherfucker in office. Can you benefit from this motherfucking office? That's the main thing that I say to any and everybody, no matter if you're Democrat or you're Republican. Can you benefit from the situation? Can you interpret what executive order, what policy positions, what Congress is doing, both local, state, federal. Can I finish? Because I'm trying to get an actionable solution.
You did say you had a solution, and then you're throwing out Biden years, and that's what I'm saying. Like, when you date somebody, you're trying to move forward. Shout out to Happy Valentine's Day. But when you move forward, it's like, bro, I'm with you because I don't want to hear about what my ex did. What are you doing tomorrow?
I'm done. I told you what I'm doing today. I told you what I'm doing today.
Okay.
Tax deed investing in Michigan, Alabama, Chicago. Tax deed investing in Tennessee.
Okay.
What are you doing to help?
I'm listening. No, hold on. Because I heard you did the whole truck driving, and that's when I mentioned
freight broker. Yes.
Okay. So when I say, like, as far as it seemed like you're trying to, like, yeah, this is what people should do. When it comes to you as a personal benefit, when it came to you, and because Trump already had his chance, right? He had his little thing, and we couldn't go back after Trump did his presidency. We can't say Obama, especially when you got it again. And according to some people, he already had it this whole time. But as far as, like, right now, can you literally say, guess what? We did this shit, motherfuckers. And because you know, whether you voted or not, Trump is the man, and I got this to prove. This is what this motherfucker is doing for me personally. Fuck what everybody did.
Yes. I told you what he's doing for me.
Right.
I told you what you can be able to position yourself as well. So I put the business credit template in the chat.
I missed it.
I put the business credit template in the chat. This is a situation where you can file and create your entity and get it funded. Dear Christ. I gave y'all a solution. for the people that understand what I'm talking about, thank you for understanding what the hell I'm talking about.
But no, I understand.
Dear God, I don't talk like this when I drunk a whole fifth of Jack Daniels. Dear God.
Yo,
I know.
stress that man out. Damn.
You know, he don't gotta be stressed out. He gotta be able to hold his own.
I did hold my own. I'm trying to make sure that nobody don't get cut the fuck out, and people can still learn.
And I'm trying to learn. I'm trying to understand where you're coming from. And so I did just see a Google document template.
Pass that shit around like a Philly blunt. My Eddie Griffin voice. Pass that bitch around like a Philly blunt.
Hey, it should come with a business card because I can pass out some. I'm just saying, if you're going to promote it, let's promote it because I need solutions, and that's the whole reason why we're here.
Wait. He gave you the solution. Look, the solution is inside you.
Google template.
What skills do you bring to better your life?
Y'all seen the Super Bowl?
No.
99% of us came like that, and it's a skill and it's legal, and you can't kill us. And as far as moving forward, hold on, when I say my resume,
smoke some weed.
when it comes to my resume,
Go ahead, say it
when
again.
it comes to resume,
Give me some damn
hold
weed.
on. No, okay, listen. I'm only going off of like everything. I'm not gonna put any names, but it was like two people. One started with an A, it sounded like she was a white woman, and one started off with a white boy, started with a J. Now this little African dude, I don't know who he is. But as far as I listened to the conversation, it was like solution, and it was like, okay, if this is what we're settling for, adapting. We don't have to show our cards, but we do have to educate. And even if we're on the same team, I thought it was fucking dope where it was like, hey, board this shit up, Squid Games, let's get our shit together. Whatever happened, it happened. When you get into a new situation, especially coming from an XX, you gotta come through. So whatever promise you came, don't tell me nothing about what my last nigga done did. Moving forward.
This one's gonna do.
Right now, so listen, I honestly, regardless, independently, I just focus on my little four walls. But when it comes to what we're doing, moving shit forward as a nation, I didn't vote for Trump. But the only thing I can do, I'm not complaining, I'm adapting. So when I'm hearing like, oh shit, that's actually fucking dope. Like, Trump is entertaining, but the best entertainment is fucking knowledge. And when you can put that shit together, shout out to my Hamilton. You feel me? I'm not gonna waste my shot. Let's go.
So can I ask you a question, Queen?
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Do you think that maybe you can communicate your sentiments in a way that's more palatable with less urban language?
Sure. So when it comes to anything, when it comes to like solutions, I love to hear them. It's like you guys are like the calculator.
Yeah, but I mean, like, do you understand like using?
Do you understand that person? I just want to make sure we're on the same page. If I'm
I gave a solution. I gave y'all the keys to all success.
And I totally feel like the solution is to communicate your sentiment, which you definitely communicated in a way that's awesome. But do you feel like, America could benefit from people regurgitating the same sentiment without such a toxic urban language?
Okay. Now
does that make sense?
Yes, and I really appreciate you speaking on this, and I hope everybody listening, because a lot of the people that I know who are very intellectually in tune, this is the most time when it comes to politics. Now, we got every other field taken care of. But as far as like career success in politics, no, there's not that much as far as the foundation and where I grew up in my environment. And so, no. And that's what's kind of frustrating is like I know, speaking for myself, without spelling out my resume, I know I can get whatever A or whatever job, or I can don't ever put me toe to toe in an open room where, this is recorded and shit, just get your point across. Over here, yeah, it might be a little because I'm not a professional. But I'm saying if there's people who's willing to be your neighbor and we're already here and we have the same people that we're vetting to come in and make America great again, if we're already here, why not put those resources into us that can build us up? For how many years that we were told we couldn't read, so we learning hella shit. So yeah, this like me talking like in an unurban form. How many of us is non-urban?
No, but
we're probably in the room.
So I hear where you're coming from, but as far as a universal language towards productivity, there are several thousand words in the English dictionary other than nigga, bitches, and all these other, terms that are colloquially used that take away from Americans to be able to drive their point across because people are inherently turned off.
Outside of all of that, I have not mentioned nigga or bitch when I asked a question. You asked me a question. I thought I gave you an answer with hey, you're right. I don't have the tools or the information, but instead of
no, but you do, Queen.
No, listen.
Hold on. You do have the tools. You have the tools to be able to understand the thesaurus and the English dictionary without having to use. Go ahead.
So, were you offended when my little Jasmine said bleach blonde, bad built body?
I'm not a bleach blonde white woman with a bad built body. So to me, that's not going to offend me. But
did she get her point across? Well, regardless of how it come off, because it's new to you the same way this lingo is new to me. But at the same time, if a judge say, "Hey, it's on the paper, 1 + 1 = 2," regardless of how you say it.
So we're not doing that. So it's not a moan room. It's not your shoot your shot room. We're not doing that. So going back to the political conversation at hand, when I heard Jasmine,
go ahead, Adam.
So when I heard Jasmine Crockett using that certain type of terminology and looking at a beautiful black woman that actually puts herself together very well, to me, it devalued her character and the message that she was trying to deploy in just engaging in this hood, ratchet, repugnant type of affect. And I don't think that people fully understand how offsetting that is when it comes to terms of negotiating business and understanding how to get to the crux of certain issues. Thank
Go
ahead.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I had to cut you off because I just want to make it very clear. Happy Valentine's Day. You guys got to get over your emotions because if we can walk into, like I said, whatever. Hold on. The same way Trump can say, grab her by the pussy. What emotions? Hold on, no. The same way you feel like, oh my God, she said that. Did the point or question get across, yes or no? It doesn't matter how
it didn't, because she didn't deploy it as an educated black woman in common American English.
She did. Hold on. She asked a question. The same way she asked a question.
I think it was sad and pathetic.
She asked the question, and that was after the fact that a lot of times what she was saying, and Miss Atlanta or whatever, she wanted to keep pushing shit to the side. Everybody keeps sweeping up everything she's saying. Very unurban. I can't even call it urban. I don't know what language a lot of them talk, but it's not appropriate.
African American vernacular English.
Okay, but you guys taught us English. So whatever language that we know, you want to say, hold on, I'm just saying, as far as America goes, we are only going off of, hey, we wasn't even able to read, you know what I'm saying? So I know it's brand new, like, oh my God, this person can be president.
Wait a minute, are you basically saying that black people can't read?
No, I'm saying because before 1812. That's why I was saying
Okay, but we're in 2020. Hold on, we're in 2025. Because I'm pontificating about this because I want people to be able to speak proper English.
They're eating the dogs, motherfucker.
Okay, so what are we doing? But this is a solution. This is a solution. This is a pathway.
The thing is,
Hold on. This is a pathway towards Americans that engage in an urbanized vernacular English that is also that is also complaining as far as said opportunities not being afforded to them based on certain aspects of meritocracy. Again.
I will only cut you off when I feel like, hey, let's address one thing at one time. Hold on, you got to address one thing at one time, and then.
Right. So this is also part of the problem in learning said English, and learning rules of engagement. There's a certain type of proficiency in etiquette, right? So when people are speaking, allow the person to finish speaking, right? So again, the conversation that I'm having at hand is what type of tools, what type of solutions do certain segments of America that cry the loudest not have available to them and otherwise do have available to them that they're not taking advantage of. Now, the English language following the words on the page is something very simple. It's something very rudimentary in our school system. So it's crazy to me how people want to pretend like, I'm speaking French and bringing up the fact that this urbanized culture and this way of speaking is inherently tied to people's grievances and then not being able to attain certain economic opportunities, given the fact that Trump is now laying down the hand and pushing meritocracy. If you can't speak fucking basic English, what makes you think that you have a right to a job in America next to the next person who knows how to speak grammatically correct?
I mean, if this, I have an answer there. I have an answer, and that's a great. You see how you ask the question? Let me answer. If you're gonna focus on one thing, which is language, you get paid double if you know Espanol. It doesn't matter when it comes to that was everything in high school. If you didn't get in it for a grade, yeah, you better know what you're doing. But when it comes to filling out a complaint or a domestic violence report or any type of report, anything government official, it doesn't matter what language. 2 + 2, and let's take away all the verbs and whatever subject you want to go into there, whatever language, who cares if you're uncomfortable? Like I said, it can look one way or it can be perceived one way, but the English is not, it's not the number one spoken
Matt, are you
language.
hearing this? This is crazy.
No, that was my answer. You can still get whatever job you want, and you can outsource without knowing punctuation. So when somebody's saying, hey, you know what? We don't know how to communicate. Well, and that's why we're here. We're trying to communicate. And guess what?
When you're making $100,000 less than the next white person next to you because you can't speak proper English, don't complain.
That's not correct. That's not correct. I've never once got on here and said, I know a lot of us who are broke. Only thing I've been going, hold on. No, you got to pick.
Listen, the world that we've now entered into, it doesn't fucking matter if it's correct or not. That's a reality of the world that we're now living in. Time is up.
And
time is up.
And do you want to talk? Go ahead.
Yeah, should I play it, Matt?
Oh, go ahead if you want. Yeah, sure. A little intermission.
Okay. So after listening to Queen talk, I just thought of this clip that I saw, and I have to play.
Oh no.
Hold on. All right.
On my first day in office, we are going to dedicate all our funds to figuring out how to get the spaghetti sauce out of Tupperware. Okay? And that is going to reduce American expenses on Tupperware, okay? And that's going to put the money back into what we are calling an opportunity economy, okay? Because we are not going back. We are not. And this former president would like you all to spend money on glass Pyrex. I remember growing up with my mother. There was a small business, and they served everything in these little takeout containers. And we would go home, okay, as you do. And we would use them, we would reuse them, okay? That's the America I grew up in. I was not given $1 million baby formula in a golden chalice that was heated by holding it between the thighs of a manservant, okay? And I did not file for bankruptcy 6 times. Thank you.
not going back.
We're not
I just want to say I want a $100K in real estate. I want $5,000 by the end of the week. We're gonna rebuild Pakistan, okay? And we're gonna make Pakistan better. Okay, I'm going to Dubai. I'm gonna go get married in Dubai. We're gonna have a baby in Dubai. Like what do y'all not understand exactly how crazy some of y'all sound?
I just want to say
We will be unburdened
you guys
by what
proved my
has
point.
I want $100K to do real estate.
So listen, thank you. You guys are 100% right now. I'm just saying, like that's what's so hard. We can really be like, hey, guess what? We got that too because we learned how to do the code and all that punctuation don't mean shit. So when he's talking that's what I'm trying to school people on. Like, yo, we better learn how to know these codes because all these black people taking over. And I love it. And it's not about black or white. It's about you better know how to protect yourself. So shout out to you sent that video.
My head hurt. My head fucking hurts. Oh my God, my temple.
Listen, no matter, it doesn't matter if you're Republican, Democrat, black people are integral to America, to the economy, to the culture. That's not going to change anytime in the near future.
We never said nothing like that. We know. Like I said.
White people, that doesn't mean that white people do not play an important role, and that Mexican people and whatever all these different diversity is still important.
Like I said, DEI is dead. Meritocracy is in. You gotta build your own shit. Nobody's not gonna give you no free shit. That's why I put the LLC, how to be able to set up the shit correctly, where you could actually get thoroughly funded. I gave the master lenders list. But this is direct solution. This is something that helped people Monday morning. We talk all the time, but do we have solutions for Monday morning? Most of the times, we talk let me finish. We talk very surface level, where I literally talked about situation of opportunities in this administration. If you're a person where you say, well, Sean, I'm a trader. Well, you could trade gold. You could invest in GDXJ. Or if you're a person where you're very political and you want to figure out what these politicians are doing, you could do capital trades, figure out what Nancy Pelosi is getting involved in. Nancy Pelosi, for the past 20 years, has literally got an average of 32% annually if you want to trade options. Or another situation is Quiver Quantitative. I'll put the links in the chat because I'm giving out real solutions. I'm giving out real solutions because people in the
I
chat
Google your LLC, bro.
People need the chat. People
Now they want to dox you because they don't agree, Sean. Cook your shit, Sean. 10 minutes on Sean.
I'm saying I agree. I'm only speaking because I look at what you're telling me.
10 minutes on Sean.
Like I said, I'm going to put the link in the Quiver Quantitative, where you can look at the government contracts. You can figure out which politicians involved. People need solutions to figure out, okay, I voted him in. I didn't vote for him in. What is going to be your next play? Is it going to be crying and complaining because the motherfucker's in office? Or is it a situation where you have actual solutions where I can figure out where's the money going? Because you got politicians that are literally making 30, 40% moves. And this situation right here is going to be an opportunity for people to be able to look and see where things are going. So I gave the LLC, so that's both business trade lines, personal trade lines, your 1-800 number, situation of your management. This situation is literally a scenario where you could be able to take at least more actionable opportunity for yourself. So I gave you the master lenders list. That's one.
Okay.
I gave you the link.
I Google it. I'm about to call you. I'm about to call this 1-800 number. You saying it's a 1-800 number? I don't know why.
What do you mean 1-800 number? I don't have
You
my
just
shit.
said
That the link in the chat is literally a template where you can be able to get a 1-800 number, where you
Yes,
can get a
sir.
business address, where you can
Yes,
be able to get
sir.
the business trade lines, you can get your DUNS number, where you can
You
be able
got
to figure
a
out what's the
willing
underwriting,
customer.
and you can
Yeah,
be able.
It's not that easy. It's not like
It's not easy, and that's where I put it in the chat. Like I
And that's
said,
why I
y'all-
went ahead and
y'all
Googled
bunch of-
it.
Either y'all bunch of
No,
agents
no,
or bunch of
no.
faggots.
That's what you're gonna do for somebody.
I'm keeping it
Hold
real.
on.
Either
This is how you
you
make money. Because you said let's follow where the money
You're not
goes.
letting me finish. You're not even letting me finish.
I'm saying I Google your information. You don't want to know what I.
About nothing.
You don't want to know what I Googled. I'm trying to promote your business that you're saying, and you don't want to know about it.
Ma'am, please.
You don't want to know about it.
Let me finish. Where's the moderators? Where's the moderators? Moderator. Like I said, man.
Yeah, I'm listening. Let Sean finish, please.
Damn.
One mic.
Damn. But like I said, my solution is for people to focus on what your politicians invested in. Quiver Quant, link in the chat. That situation right there, you can be able to focus on which politicians investing in what. Then you have a scenario of both the master lenders list, business credit template, and I'll also give you hedge fund investor buyers if you're involving in real estate for all my realtors out there. I know that there's realtors in the chat, so give me 1 second. I'm going to put the hedge fund buyers list because this is important. Where most of the money is going to be shifted where people that are involved in finance, involved in transportation, involved in some forms of a general service-based business can be able to take advantage of. We got the most baby boomers that are literally retiring and selling their business. You can acquire those businesses by leveraging the equipment of their business to fund the down payment of an owner finance transaction. So if the company is worth $3 million, they have $600,000 to $700,000 in equipment. You can be able to get an asset-based lender to be able to leverage the equipment to finance down payment, get access to that business, have a situation of unnecessary cash flow to be able to get involved. You can either do owner financing, you can either do tax deed investing where you're involved in either buying land lots that are in specific states. Here in Chicago, I'm not in Chicago, but in Chicago, I've literally saw an Italian paisan literally defaulted on 812 properties. And she's been delinquent from the city of Chicago for 10 years, $15 million in fines. Those taxes is $400 to $500 that you can pay. You can pay the back taxes to get access to the property, develop the property, rent it out, and take advantage of the Obama Museum that's running through Chicago that's literally eating up 800 properties altogether. So my solution is for people, please get your credit right. If you're a person that don't believe in credit, you say, fuck credit, Sean, cool. Get to the land, buy some land, get involved in situations of networking with your local commerce, get involved when it comes to scenarios of oil, fracking, please. Because this is a situation where if you're not involved in business, you're going to miss out on these 4 years. If you're not involved in some kind of specialized career that benefits from this administration, you're going to be left out. That's the only thing I'm saying. I gave the links to the chat where you got hedge fund buyers because of me now. You got the ability to track every single politician when it comes to your stock market. You have business credit, and you have a scenario where you can be able to leverage certain things. Now, when it comes to baseball card, you can't leverage the assets of a company that you want to buy. Before that, you buy it, you use daily equity contributions for the new transaction. You can do it after to replenish it back on the equity you bought on the table. So owner financing can be done several ways. You can either do a situation where you use business credit to be able to use as a down payment, or you can leverage the equipment like in trucking. You can leverage the trucks to be able to finance the down payment. Due to the fact that it's an asset-based business, it's very labor-intensive. You can be able to leverage that.
My question is, are you just like how to manage a firm, how to manage ourselves, how to manage our lives, how to lead? Can you teach us the soft skills that we need to operate on a day-to-day basis?
So the soft skills would be a situation of how to be able to negotiate, how to be able to organize certain opportunities in business, where you can generate business. How I generate business in real estate is if I see somebody that's in bankruptcy, Chapter 7, Chapter 11, or Chapter 13, I would like the situation of cash for keys. Situations where I can help them avoid being in default, or people that's in list pendants, pre-foreclosures. I could be able to provide a cash down payment. I could be able to either take over the mortgage, buy a wraparound loan, or a situation of a down payment. So when it comes to metrics of the soft skills, you would have to learn how to negotiate. Well, Bank card, please come up there.
Absolutely.
Because bank card, you need to understand that you know that people buy businesses by leveraging the incoming business equipment. This is something that's been done. You have a purchase sales agreement. You can be able to get a lease on. You can be able to focus on multiple ways of buying their business.
Right, but
you can do several ways of owner financing is my main point. Because owner financing can be done based off of seller terms.
It's like buying like Mark Cuban.
Brandy, we can barely hear you at this time.
I'm saying that it's like buying
really quiet.
It's like,
you've been very quiet on the mic.
Or you buy a football team. I mean, you're switching owner to owner, so you're technically buying a net asset. But when you're buying net assets, you have to make sure that deal is good, and you have to make sure everyone involved is getting a fair share that is getting what they need.
Yes, that's why you have the bank balance sheets. That's why you have your financial advisor and have your balance sheets.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying.
Brandy, matter of fact, you're going to tell me how to be able to acquire business. Tell me how to acquire business.
You still
tell me how to acquire business.
Son, you still have not told
you
us
fucking butch.
Personally benefiting.
Good gracious. Really? She's all of that? Just
nah, this motherfucker has literally been a pain in the ass for a whole hour.
He's drawing.
Dear Christ, Sheila, I have love for you, Miss Sheila. I love you, Sheila. But you haven't been here for the whole extent of this whole shit.
I guess not. Because I'm like, damn, really? I'm like, wow.
Dear God.
Boss lady, good evening. How are you?
Like, what the hell was I walked into that the bitch is already out of
No, I didn't call her bitch. She a butch. Butch Cassidy. Not bitch.
We're just
butch.
saying
that ain't right, Sean. That ain't right.
Realistic funder expectations. If you're having someone funding,
and I gave you the underwriting criteria to how to get funded. You can do it multiple ways. I told you tax deed investing.
Don't let it get you worked up. Brandy's been trying to subvert the stage for hours.
That is actually.
Because I really talked about business credit funding. I talked about tax deed investing. Baseball, you still need to come your white ass up.
Brandy's one of them that wants to diminish over they think we're just some dumb and Americans.
That is not absolutely not true. That's putting words
Brandy
in my
can
mouth.
control.
She talks like a damn politician. He or she talks like a politician.
Yeah, it's one of them, bro. Are you taking DEI money?
I'm not.
Brandy, are you taking DEI money? Be honest.
You talk like a damn politician where everything has rebuttal.
What kind of money?
I just realized.
Can we allow Miss Sheila?
Brandy has
Sheila's
zero
respectful
followers.
businesswoman.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about to be able to either say yay or no.
You don't have to agree with me or not. Just please give some solutions to what you've seen in these 4 years, because most people are just reacting where they don't even have a central plan how to benefit from these 4 years.
What do you just? I mean, what you want me to say? Eat a good meal in the morning and make sure you defecate every day to eliminate.
Hey, Sheila, at this point, yes. Yes.
Okay,
yes.
well, eat a good breakfast and defecate at least once a day to eliminate.
Yes, because I see when corporate tax cuts come around, I see a lot of people complaining. I see a lot of people complaining about the rich when they could have got a C corporation themselves, could have got the business credit funding from credit unions like PNC Bank, Truist Bank, Alliant Bank.
Yeah, because I am a business owner, and again, all of those things I've done, and that's how I've grown my business. So I don't know really what you're talking about, but I've grown my business exponentially, and I've only been on Clubhouse. I won't be on Clubhouse a year until the end of May. And the whole reason I'm on Clubhouse is my business mentor told me that I have to start doing this social media thing. And when I first got on here, I was like, what the hell did he want me to come into this madness for? But I finally figured it out, and I've been able to actually find quite a few really great connections on Clubhouse to do business with. So it has worked out very, very well. But yeah, I'm one of these people. I don't care who's in the office. I'm going to prosper. It just may be faster or slower. Maybe I need to do more steps here than more steps over here. So anybody that you're allowing to help to stop you to do something, That's on you. All people are self-made. It's only the successful ones want to admit it.
I agree. But when you're in the oil and gas business, you need a Republican in office every single time.
But I mean,
It makes it easier, yeah.
Yes, because the fracking component was literally harping when it came to the Biden-Harris administration. Had people that I knew that was literally involved in oil and gas really said that things is running good, but it could have been running faster. You know, we got all these green communist climate hawks that want to stop all type of, you know, fossil fuels. We got to save the planet. My Al Gore voice. But, you know, at the end of the day, I just want people to benefit from these 4 years, regardless if they voted for the man or not, because we have a lot of people, Sheila, that are hyperventilating, complaining. Actually, you're in a lot of these rooms where they're complaining. They don't know what to do. They're running like a chicken with their head cut off. And that's not a good thing.
The inauguration, so I thought it was magnificent, and I'm modded up in a very liberal room.
I don't see how.
Yeah, because being a black woman, hello, 99.9. Well, I won't say 90. I'd say 92, 93% of the people I know are going to be Democrats. Hello, let's think about this. But that's what I'm saying. Well, hello, just till recently, and of course, all of us being across the United States, we don't really get to talk to each other a lot. So therefore, a lot of times you feel like you're a unicorn. So until I came on to Clubhouse, I didn't know there was actually this many more black Republicans, let alone conservatives. So
I'm always changing, right? The are changing.
Queen, thank you, because I really appreciate it, because we are new to this, and I just felt like you mentioned some business, and I'm interested in that, because for the ones who ask questions, we don't want to be like, oh, fuck you, go somewhere else. You should have known better, motherfucker. I don't want your money. Like, be more educated and be more, empathetic for the ones who are trying to learn.
Can I say this really quick? Baseball, my apologies, man. I didn't smoke my weed. I was supposed to have my Wheaties today. I didn't smoke my weed. See, I didn't got all crabby and shit. My bad, baseball. We definitely, hopefully we still cool, man. Hopefully we still cool, man. I didn't mean to call you a white man.
Cool dude, man. Yeah.
You know, and shout out to my white men in the room, man. You know, I have no beef towards y'all.
Yeah, not too much on the crackers. There's enough money to go around for all of us to make it this next 4 years. So I hope you're successful, Sean, and keep
Thank you.
Yeah, keep seeking your what do they call it? Your pursuit of happiness, bro.
Yes, because prosperity's around the corner, my friend. So I always have. Thank God she left. Thank God she motherfucking left. It left.
I do think these people are getting paid from all this money that we've been discovering around here. It's crazy.
You can tell how they talk. They're so fake. They're not real, are they?
It's NPCs.
Damn drone. A damn drone. But yes, happy times is here again. Finally, she's gone. The witch is gone. The witch is gone.
Boss lady, I want to ask you a question. From a tactical perspective, just so we know what we're dealing with over in this house. How many big bags y'all got up over there in the Kamala house?
About five.
What are you talking about? Really? Wow. First of all, I'm not looking for them. Second of all, did you really just say that? You are insane, mister. But no, that's, wow. First of all, it's not the Kamala house anymore. He took the name off of there.
What do you call it?
It's the new and improved Democratic Party.
The new and improved big backs.
Dirty, sexy communism.
I'd like to know who the leader is of this new Democrat Party.
It just actually, it just sharpens my skills. So I love, but also I do a lot of my own rooms these days too. But I like going into PhD's room because it sharpens my skills, and that way I get to argue all day long. So I love it.
To be honest, PhD would be a better leader than Biden. So that's just let you know. PhD.
We even got a PhD, respectfully.
I'm ready for his leadership. It's fine.
Do we even have a degree? Because mind you, I went to trade school right after high school, so, and I seen way more diligent.
Oh, you're fading out, Sean.
Yo, I heard him ordering one night over at McDonald's. I'm telling you, he's an expert or something. So,
The expert.
at the end of the day, leave PhD alone. He's good.
Diligence is on point. So
He's good people. He has flaws. Yes, he does have a PhD. I really, truly. But the problem is he's truly caught up in liberalism, which means his PhD is nullified by the fact that he follows idiots. That's the real problem.
Listen, boss lady, I guarantee you, if he did the Adams boot camp, for at least 6 weeks and saw some results, I guarantee you he would think differently.
that is funny. You gonna put his ass to training camp? You gonna put his ass to work?
Damn motherfucking right.
Put his ass to work. Well, I respect Sheila because the fact that she never ostracized me for my beliefs. That's because I guess we have the same political beliefs. But every time I go in there, I always get jumped.
But
it's like, damn.
When I first started going in there, because I was the original conservative over there. There's a few more over there now. But when I first, it was me against the entire room. And that's the one thing I don't know how many people know what I do for a living, but I'm an executive career coach. And one of the things I'm constantly trying to get people to understand is it doesn't matter what your competition looks like. It's the difference that you bring in a sea of turmoil. So even in a completely liberal room, PhD, I was able to show the fact that I added value to him adding me as a mod in his room. There were no conservatives in that room.
But you don't believe to some degree it matters what you look like as far as leadership. You see what I'm saying? Like, people be over talking that man, people be disrespecting his rooms, like moving people out. It's kind of one of those things, like when Donald Trump ran for president the first time, he asked a question of Carly Fiorina. Is that the face of a president? The woman drops out the race the next day. So, it's kind of one of those things, boss lady. Listen, there's a certain structure when it comes to people taking certain people seriously.
That's true. The thing is, PhD has a good charisma. He has great charisma. His messaging is off, but if he were to get on the right note, he would actually be a powerful force. But I get what Adams is saying too. There's a little bit of a presentation that needs to be perfected too.
Yeah.
No, he just has no idea what he's doing with it. Because you really must admit the man can bring together a crowd of people. Yeah, he just can't. He has no idea what to do with it.
Totally.
But he be needing God's help.
Absolutely. If he had an actual clue as to, because I'm doing business right now with 2 people that I met in his room, and a huge deal.
Yeah, but he's drawing people with low hanging fruit. You see what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, I know how he does it because of the debauchery that he talks about. But again,
you got a bunch of criminals, sex workers, and trollops up in there.
He needs Goat's help. I noticed. Anytime when it's something political, when we had a debate stage, he said, "Goat, I need your help."
Yeah, that's the lifeline. You don't want Goat as your lifeline. Come on now, you guys got to see on your own.
Well, that's the reason why I'm the reason Goat no longer goes in his room.
Exactly, boss.
Were you there that day?
I was there when you had your epic showdown.
Tell me what happened that day.
I love hearing stories about Douglas. So go ahead, please share it with us.
Mr. Wait. Are you talking about Mr. Clean and Uncle Ben's love child?
Oh my shit.
He just added me. What the fuck? Douglas? That's his first name?
Uh-oh.
Let me unadd this nigga then, because I didn't know that was him.
No, we think that's a fake profile, Donald. But that's him.
Douglas A. Jones.
Yeah, that's his name, but that's not a real profile.
It looked like
Joe don't look like a real profile either.
Do you really mean that Joe's last name is the same as mine? Really, it is.
Mrs. Jones.
Let me get this nigga back here, man. I don't rock with Goat, man. He still owe me money from the damn election. I told him that he's gonna lose Wisconsin and Michigan. He didn't believe me.
He's got a
But this Goat is, and he was, and the thing is, all I said was nobody, because Goat is not used to being laughed at, but he said something one day that he was excoriating somebody, and all I said to the man was, why is it that you have to constantly, I said, you're supposed to be so intelligent. Why do you feel the need to absolutely make other people feel as though they're not even human? Why are you so mean all the time? And that's all I said.
Exactly. Like,
ever since then,
Is I working out?
No, wait. Hold on, boss lady. I don't mean to cut you off. Hold on. Ginger Spice wants to say something. What up, Spice Girl? What do you want to say? Tell me what you want. What you really want. Tell me what you want.
You act like you're a doctor, but you're
You want to go to the goo? Yep. Okay. Exactly. Go ahead, Bob.
oh, I'm fine. Like I said, I just
Got him out the room.
PhD. Goat has a very fragile ego, and anytime that anybody challenges him, he likes to actually. The part he can't stand about me is he can't intimidate me. And also, he likes to bring. If he's got a machete, I'm bringing a bazooka. So again, I don't like doing things like this with people. I'd rather have this good conversation. But if you want to act a fool, I can act a fool with you. I tell people this all the time. Don't let the stupidity fool you. I can act a.
Well, Sheila, he thinks every Republican is like a special kind of dumbass. So, it's good that you stomped his heart out. I wish I was there.
Boss lady, that's... Oh, go ahead, Sean.
No, my apologies, Joe. You got it.
No, I thought I heard you take a breath. But boss lady, I the same read I get from him, and I can fill in the blank because he's a professor, and no one challenges a professor in his classroom. So when he's faced with people that give him pushback, he's not used to it in his day-to-day life. He deals with people half of his age, his students,
Well, whatever. I'm going to challenge you because you don't get to just dictate to me. My husband's a professor as well. He used to teach engineering economic analysis. So my husband's kind of smart. But I also, if I can talk to him, I can talk to anybody's professor. My husband's a retired colonel from the Air Force. So he's actually also, he's a doctor, he's a retired colonel, and he's a nurse. So I call him Colonel Dr. Nurse all the time, and it makes him mad. But, so Goat is no smarter than the man I'm married to. And if you don't think I can converse with you, go sit down somewhere, Goat. Because Goat absolutely is one of these people who has to shut down conversation because he can't hold his own when challenged.
Because Goat always challenges me when it comes to school choice. When it came to school choice, he challenged me there. When it came to the situation of the Platinum Plan and the scenario of Church Compete, that's when it led to, I guess, our last argument that I possibly could tolerate. But shout out to you, Sheila, because the motherfucker is a prick. He reminds me of Bill Maher. I thought he was Billy Crystal. I really thought he was Billy Crystal. Because I called him an old Billy Crystal ass motherfucker.
because I thought he was a Caucasian man. I said, who is this? I hate to say it like this. Who is this gay-ass Billy Crystal, pretentious white liberal? Then I realized that, oh, he's black.
I've been blessed. I haven't had to speak to him since the day he left because he's only in Patty's room now, and I never go in Patty's.
I have the privilege of being.
Patty's too much for you?
I have the privilege of being on Goat's block list. Believe it or not, he does not like me at all because I call his bullshit right out, and I know more about him than he likes people to know about him. But his expertise is in the performance arts, and when you start to call it out, that he's just a master in performance, and it's a show is what you're listening to when he's talking politics. That's really the secret he doesn't want to get out.
Sheila, so you can't deal with Patty.
He really is Jones. He really is a Jones. Okay,
yes,
see, I might have to find Jones.
Well, you can't deal with Patty.
I know where he works.
Sheila, you can't deal with Patty.
I don't have a problem with Patty. I don't have a problem with Patty at all. I just I don't need the. My life is too magnificent to actually quarrel with them every day. They're kind of so I'm like, man, they're okay.
He got very
I don't have a problem
offended
with that.
when I asked him if he supported his colleague's position on white genocide, and at that moment, I was on the block list forever. Because he works with someone that supported white genocide.
I remember that exchange. That was the one that sealed the deal, right, Joe?
That was it. Yeah, that was. I hit a little too close to home when I started talking about his beliefs in white genocide and if he supports it. Now I don't think he's ever taken a public position on that, but he doesn't like to be called out about it.
Huh. Well. Can I ask this to Sheila? Sheila, what is up with certain people in the DMV? Because they're a different kind of breed. Yeah, I'm here in the West Coast. I'm here in the West Coast where we don't really have this government bureaucracy people. We have like the Hollywood liberal agenda kind of people, but that's like a different kind of underbelly. That's some deep state type shit. I just got to deal with the wacko.
Yeah, I used to live in California, so there's plenty of nut cases in California. But like I said, my life is too magnificent to constantly be even thinking about Goat. But if I ever do run into him again, that'd be magnificent. Have all this little ammunition, because I will use it.
You know, like the time that me and Michael Bay got in an argument because he was like, "You as a black person supporting Donald Trump?" Well, I told him that, you support Mark Wahlberg and he supports Trump. That's not besides the point. That's beside the point. I said, you supporting The Rock.
Wahlberg was an absolute racist for many years.
Then he supported The Rock, and The Rock, he voted for Donald Trump this time. That's the word in Campfire from the LA street. So I'm like, I said, then that's when I realized that I got to stop talking to these damn liberals. I truly do. These people try to reprimand me on where should I go, left or right or in the middle. And that's when I realized that LA is just, it's too much, man, where you got communists left and right. They can't deal with middle America white people, that's for sure.
Do you guys ever go into X Spaces?
Yes.
I mean, for me, since election season, being on this app, there really is no purpose. Listening to a lot of Black America, it just makes me continue to be more frustrated, disappointed, and saddened and disgusted by the way that they look at the results of this election cycle, the finger pointing, the blame shifting, the Jew hate. It's kind of come to a point where it's like, I've looked into other ecosystems to kind of, match my sense of entertainment when I'm commuting, or when I have downtime, especially in the morning. When you're starting your day, I don't want to start my day listening to a bunch of angry freaking people on Clubhouse. I want to listen to my day listening to the Punch Bowl, or listening to When Two or More Are Gathered, over on X Spaces. So I personally encourage a lot of you to broaden your horizons. Social media does not just stop on this app as far as social audio. There's definitely other options where you have more of a higher level of intelligence that exists in other spaces.
Well, they're going to be crying for the next, 1,300 days while Trump is still in office. So.
Sean, it's a much different conversation on Twitter. As far as the liberals and even the black liberals on Twitter, they're more focused on different things than they are on this app. They're actually more focused on immigration. It's very interesting to hear their intake, their insight on that.
Well, what's their insight? Leave them here or get them out?
I mean, if you thought that the Trump campaign was, if you thought that the Trump campaign was bad, as far as setting a certain rhetoric towards immigration, you should definitely listen to a lot of black people on Twitter.
So they are. So how would you categorize them, since they're not necessarily Trump people, but they're anti-immigration? Is this the FBA crowd? Is that Tariq's people?
No, not necessarily Tariq.
Yvette Carnell's people?
No. I mean, a lot of the community is kind of blend, but at the same time, listening to the things that they're talking about, they have some very, very, very consistent talking points between the things that Republicans discuss on this app and black people are actually discussing over on Twitter.
So they're just disillusioned Negroes then?
Disillusioned how if they're agreeing with us?
But they don't fuck with the whole clique. Like it's either you in or you not in. Because these same niggas be the main ones crying and complaining about Trump, but talking about, we need to get him out of here.
I mean, in their sights, as far as their immediate goals, I haven't heard one complaint against Trump since he's been elected over on that app.
Okay. Gotcha. Because every time I look on Instagram, man, yes, I look at the Instagram models and I be looking at the comments of what's going on in the shade room. I'm like, y'all bitches don't know what the fuck going on, huh? Y'all pretty much just in the loop. Got you.
Well, I mean, the shade room that's been overrun by a bunch of Africans and Caribbeans. So, it leans towards a certain agenda, and a lot of people that look like certain people that we're used to in America that have a certain type of vested interest in their said household members facing deportation. That's why people should have been very careful through the election cycle of seeing PTRs, listening to people talk about, pro-black Pan-Africanism. There's an agenda there.
Well, I know a couple of Africans that don't necessarily fuck with illegal immigration. They voted for Trump too. So, yeah, I guess, I don't know, man. These years is going to be very interesting. Most definitely very interesting.
Yeah, Matt, did you see that link that I sent you earlier this morning or yesterday morning over on Twitter? Yeah, it was pretty crazy. It was Laura Loomer and Myron Gaines in the same room, and they were basically hashing out, a lot of nuanced issues and the changes that Trump is making. It was very interesting.
All right, Pito, what do you got?
Yes, hello.
Yes,
Can you hear me, please?
Yes, my Nigerian brother.
I call Peter Galwak from Republic of South Sudan, but currently I'm in Ethiopia now. Yes, I like the trick because it's very simple. It's saying that President Trump really want to put an interest first. Yes, it's correct, but let it be different for the American people. Not just the United States of America, let it be other continent. You have Canada, you have United States of America, you have South America. If President Trump can match to see the interests of the whole citizen of America will be great. But not that President Trump use his word or his logo or his slogan, to suit his base, his supporters. Because what will happen, I know if you are in love with politically with President Trump, you will label me like I'm just offending you. But in the reality, American people, they know what they want. But also, they can give you a chance when you come forward and tell them what you want to offer on the table. But tomorrow, if you stand out, you put your interest first, you end up as a manipulator, they can tell you go home. But Trump is a dangerous politician. You can cause another civil war, a bloody one. It will be a true danger to the world, to the international community. I'm not going to talk too much, but I want to be honest to you. The man who is speaking to you, I've been around this world. Yo hablo español, I've been in Cuba. I trained in Cuba during the Liberation War. I know the definition of socialism and imperialism. I've been in US since 1984 until 2008. All of us were dancing the same song during the night. But during the daytime, we lie. We say that we are different. Trump himself told us the truth. He said, when you cut somebody's blood, the blood is red. Doesn't matter you're white, you're black, you're Muslim, you're Christian, non-believer. He assured us that we are one people. But what Trump tried to do now? You want to divide the world? Using few people who vote for him to let his political strategy, which is the ego of the powers, to blackmail the entire world. So now let us think carefully. 21st century, anything can happen bad to us. Now, Ukraine war and Russia, you will never know anybody can get a deadly weapon because the two superpowers often arm markets, including the dirty bombs. You don't know what American groups are doing. You don't know what Russians are doing. So now, if anything happens stupidly, all of us will pay the prices. So don't support President Trump because you vote for him. You advise him accordingly. Now he's crossing the red line. We know America is belong to Red Indian. All the folks, everybody come from where you come.
Peter.
You integrate that in America. Why is 2 trillion yesterday?
Yeah. Peter, what state are you in?
He said he's from Ethiopia. He's in Ethiopia right now.
Okay. Are you an American citizen, Peter?
I think he said he came here in the 2000s.
Are you a spokesperson, or can he answer for himself?
Well, respectfully, he's long-winded, so I'd rather speak for him.
Peter, can you hear the question that I'm asking you?
He's about to take us to an hour tirade.
Yeah, he can go back down to the audience.
He should be thankful that Trump doesn't want no business in the continent. It seemed like he needs some of that aid money too.
What's up, Casey?
Yeah, I'll speak up for somebody that's long-winded, because that brother will take us all around town. Wait, y'all went to bed or something?
No, hello.
See, that's why I need to get me a wife and some shit. If I had a wife, I'd be cocking some cheeks right now. I wouldn't be on the phone with Johnny.
That's what a wife is for, really, Tom?
Yes. When it's like 2 West Coast time, and I'm like, damn, I'm too busy on the phone with y'all.
I have a feeling you'd be sleeping on the couch if you said something that crazy.
What? Boy, give me a wife, she ain't gotta work.
Well, have an absolutely wonderful day. Have a great Saturday, everyone. I've got a meeting I've got to get to. So I appreciate you, love everybody. And I hope that tomorrow blessings rain down upon your heads like buckets of water from heaven. Peace out. Good night.
Thank you, Miss Sheila. Mrs. Sheila, thank you.
Matt, you want to close it up?
Yep, that's a wrap.
Time to hit the old dusty trail.
Mm-hmm. All right, y'all. Y'all have a good night. Right, Adams? Oh, he's gone already. You bet. We'll be on later in the morning or soon. Good night, all.